Chapter 28:04. It was as if she had disappeared from the world. She was nowhere to be found. Upon hearing the black-robed cultivator's words, the Black Lotus Lord released his aura. His voice was gloomy and sinister. "I want something. I've never failed to get it." Sensing the powerful aura from the Black Lotus Lord, the black-robed man thought for a moment and said, "Master, there's news from the Penglai Immortal Island. They seem to have seen Fengjiu appear there." It seems that upon hearing this, the Black Lotus Lord, who was standing with his hands behind his back, sneered. If she hadn't appeared here, it would have been believable. Now that she has been sucked into the teleportation array, do you think the person who appeared there would still be her? The black-robed cultivator lowered his head and didn't dare to speak again. He also found it strange. Fengjiu was originally in 100 River City. Then, she was sucked into the teleportation array in the sky. Why would she appear on the Penglai Immortal Island? After thinking for a moment, he said, "But Master, our men followed her all the way to Penglai. Could it be that the Fengjiu we caught through the teleportation array was just her clone?" Upon hearing this, the Black Lotus Lord paused for a moment. "Clone? Even I can't condense such a real clone. I'm sure that the Fengjiu we caught was definitely not her clone." He walked with his hands behind his back and said, "The person who went to Penglai was also her. However, according to them, Fengjiu suddenly returned. She must have something on her that could teleport her quickly." His gaze landed on the sky and narrowed slightly, just like how she disappeared in front of so many of us. As he spoke, he walked in a cave abode. As he entered the cave residence, Fengjiu, who was standing straight outside, twitched the corners of her lips under her mask. It wasn't until the first half of the night, when another team came to take over their shift, that their team could rest. The night was dark, and there was a faint flickering light. Feng Nine, who was sitting with those men in black, was listening to their conversation and collecting useful information. After a few more days, there was still no sign of Fengjiu. On this day, the Black Lotus Master left after receiving a message. It was also on this day that Fengjiu began his operation. "We found a few corpses in the forest to the east," a black-robed cultivator reported. Hearing this, two teams brought people over to check. But who would have thought that, even after a long time, there was no movement at all? The people waiting here sensed that something was wrong and brought people to the eastern forest. Among them, the black-robed cultivator leading the group didn't go forward. Instead, he waved his hand and said, "You guys go up and take a look." The two cultivators stepped forward and walked a few meters, but nothing happened. They then turned around and said nothing before he could finish his sentence. Tunyon suddenly lunged over and snapped his neck. A blade of wind flashed past the other person's body. Soon after, blood seeped out of that person's neck. He fell to the ground, dead on the spot. Oh no! Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but take a few steps back. They stared at the two godly beasts that suddenly appeared. No, these two were not godly beasts. Instead, one of them was a super godly beast, and the other seemed to be a mutated beast. Chapter 28:05. However, no one responded to his call. There was only the sound of bodies falling to the ground. He turned around abruptly and saw a black-robed cultivator holding a dagger dripping with blood. He was reaping the lives of more than 10 black-robed cultivators who had come with him. Those cultivators with high cultivation were actually unable to resist at this moment. They stood there motionless, allowing the sharp blade to slash their throats. The smell of blood permeated the air. He suddenly regained his senses and looked at the masked figure. He exclaimed in shock, "Fengjiu! You're Fengjiu!" Those people didn't have the strength to resist, because a powerful pressure was suppressing each and every one of them. This was an absolute expert. Only a powerhouse who was more powerful than them could do this. Besides their master, the only other person who could do this was Fengjiu. He wanted to escape as soon as he spoke. However, as soon as he turned around, a sharp sword chi attacked him. His figure froze for a moment, and he fell forward. Fengjiu stepped forward and looked at the black-robed man who was crawling on the ground. He said, "Unfortunately, you found out too late." As soon as he finished speaking, Tunyon pounced forward and bit off his neck. His screams were choked in his throat. "Master, let's kill them. Wai came to her side and said, "No hurry. Let's wait a little longer." As Feng Jiu spoke, she collected their spatial rings and chinquin bags. Half an incense stick's worth of time. After half an incense stick's worth of time, we won't have to do anything to those people. She waited here with the two beasts for half an incense stick's worth of time. After half an incense stick's worth of time, she changed into her own clothes and brought the two beasts back. When she saw the cultivators who had fallen to the ground and were screaming in pain, she curled her lips coldly. Since the Black Lotus Master dared to capture her here, he should be aware of the painful consequences. The people in front of her had lost all their spiritual energy. Their bodies felt as if millions of ants were gnawing on them. They were in so much pain that they could hardly breathe as they rolled on the ground. When they saw the red-robed Feng Jiu slowly walking over with two mythical beasts behind him, their eyes were filled with shock. Feng Jiu? Why is she still here? They had not found her for so many days and thought that she had escaped. Who would have thought that she was still here? Thinking of the problems they had encountered and seeing Feng Jiu slowly walking over, how could they not know what was going on? Feng Jiu stopped and glanced at those people. At the same time, she ordered the two contracted beasts behind her. Leave no one alive. As soon as she finished speaking, the two contracted beasts roared and pounced forward. At the same time, Feng Jiu's long sword flashed and started to harvest lives like a messenger from hell. Blood splattered, limbs scattered, and screams continued. The bloody scene made those cultivators tremble. They were not afraid of death, but they could only watch as death approached them step by step. They watched as the red figure walked towards them like a Rakshasa harvesting lives. Their hearts trembled. Chapter 28:06. A flame ignited the place. The corpses on the ground were burned to ashes together with the blood that splashed out. The raging fire soared into the sky. Black smoke filled the air, and the stench was overwhelming. The fire burned for 3 days and 3 nights. Even the trees in the area and the formation were burned down. Only when there was nothing left to burn did the fire gradually die out. When the Black Lotus Lord received the news and rushed over, it was already 3 days later. When he arrived and saw the destroyed and empty place, he clenched his fists. A monstrous, murderous intent shot out from his body. He looked up to the sky and roared, "Feng Jiu, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will find you and tear you to pieces." His voice echoed in the sky for a long time. It was so loud that even people who were far away could hear his angry and monstrous, murderous voice. However, compared to the Black Lotus Lord's anger, Feng Jiu was leisurely resting on a tree by the side of the road with her eyes closed. It had been 3 days since she left that place. In these 3 days, she was sure that even if she wore a dazzling red dress and walked around, the Black Lotus Lord's men would not be able to find her. Originally, she wanted to use the Aurora teleportation scroll to leave this overseas area. However, she thought that it was rare for her to come here and that she would not have the chance to come here again. Therefore, she wanted to take this opportunity to take a look around here. Anyway, even if she used the Aurora teleportation scroll to go to her parents' place, Mo Zhe would not have arrived yet. She turned and jumped down from the tree. She called out, "Lao Bai." With a flash of light, Lao Bai jumped out of the space. He appeared in the form of a horse and stopped in front of her. He wagged his tail and looked at her fawningly. "Master." Feng Jiu turned and jumped up. Then she patted his head and said, "Let's go." "Okay," Lao Bai replied and led her forward. He was extremely fast. When he ran, it was as if he was sprinting. Only dust could be seen on the road. There was no sign of the white horse or the red dress. In the evening, when the man and the horse arrived at the coastal area, Lao Bai couldn't help but stop when he saw the blue light floating in the sea. He exclaimed, "Master, look, what is that blue thing?" Feng Jiu jumped down and stood by the sea to watch. Lao Bai ran forward and stepped on the water to play. When its hooves stepped into the water, the palm-sized object emitting a blue light shrank and swam into the depths of the water. "Master, these things are from Dong. Can they be eaten?" Lao Bai asked as he quickly stepped on a palm-sized object that was emitting a blue light. He then used his hoof to kick it to the side. Feng Jiu looked at it and said, This thing can't be eaten. It's poisonous. Ah, poisonous? Lao Bai stepped in the water and quickly retreated instinctively. Feng Jiu looked at him and said, "This is a kind of underwater creature. When it opens, it looks like a flower and emits a blue fluorescent light. Therefore, it is called the blue fluorescent flower. It has a gallbladder in its body. The blue fluorescent light is emitted from the gallbladder. If it is used as medicine, it can be refined into a medicine that slows down the body." Chapter 2807. Master, are you planning to catch some? Lao Bai asked as he looked at the glowing blue flowers in the water. Because he had entered the water, those flowers had already moved away. There were no longer any blue fluorescent flowers where he was. I'm planning to catch some and extract their gallbladders to refine pills. As Feng Jiu spoke, she walked around and set up an array. Then, she took out a silver net from her space and prepared to use this net to catch those blue fluorescent flowers. Lao Bai stood at the side and watched. He did not understand why she had to set up an array. Seeing that her master was taking care of things, he asked, "Master, what should I do?" "Go and pick up some branches. I'll need them later." As Feng Jiu spoke, she pointed in one direction and said, "Walk out from there and enter from there." "Master, why do you have to set up an array?" Lao Bai asked as he walked. "Because I don't want anyone to disturb me. Outside the array, people outside cannot see this array." As Feng Jiu spoke, she took the net to the other side. She stretched out her hand and spread the silver net. Then, she retracted it and saw that the silver net caught many blue fluorescent flowers. Lao Bai did not ask any more questions. Instead, he did as she said and went back and forth to pick up many branches. He saw his master sitting at the side with a small table in front of her. On the table, there was a jade basin that could be used to add things. It walked forward to take a look and saw that there were already many gallbladders that had been picked out and were emitting a blue fluorescent light. Since it could not do anything else, it just lay on the side and waited. As the sun went down, the night gradually darkened. It saw a luminous pearl placed in front of its master's small table. The gentle and bright light was like a full moon in the sky, illuminating the surrounding vision. Feng Jiu was busy from night to day. It was not until the next morning that she took out all the gallbladders of the blue fluorescent flowers and filled 2 small basins. After tidying up the things, she took out other things. These gallbladders were poisonous. Before they could be used as medicine, the toxins had to be removed and the useful things extracted. Once she started refining the pills, she entered a state of concentration. It was as if she would not be tired or hungry. Lao Bai didn't dare to disturb her. He just walked around in his spare time until she finished her work. 2 days later, Feng Jiu, who was refining pills by the coast, was controlling the pill furnace. When she saw the blue smoke rising from the pill furnace, she hurriedly retreated and used her sleeves to disperse the blue smoke. When the pills were formed, she extinguished the flame and took out the pills. She saw 3 pills glowing with a blue luster lying quietly in the furnace. She took out the pills and looked at them. She chuckled. "I wonder who will be the pill tester for these 3 pills. Master, will you die if you eat it?" Lao Bai came over and asked. "I won't die, but I don't know what will happen." She smiled and took out a bottle to store the 3 pills. Then, she put away the medicinal powder. She stretched her waist and took out a spirit fruit to eat, saying, "We've been here for a few days, but we haven't seen their town yet. Let's go. Let's go to the city and get something to eat before heading back." Chapter 2808. Feng Jiu smiled and removed the surrounding array. She leaped onto Lao Bai's back and rode the horse forward. Along the coastal road, the wind blew with the salty smell of the sea. She rode Lao Bai forward. After a while, she saw a small village near the sea. "It's getting late. I don't know how far we are from a city. Since there's a small mountain village, let's rest here." Anyway, the itinerary was not tight. She had not had a good rest in the past few days. She might as well rest in this inconspicuous mountain village before continuing. "Master, there might not be anything good to eat here," Lao Bai said. He was more concerned about food. How could there not be anything good in a place near the sea? Feng Jiu smiled and said, "You, on the other hand, can't speak when we reach the front. Otherwise, you'll scare people." "Got it." Lao Bai replied and led her forward. When they reached the small mountain village, Feng Jiu dismounted from the horse and walked forward. Lao Bai followed behind her. When she entered the small mountain village, she found that there were only a dozen or so families. At the door of these dozen or so families, there were a few families with children playing. There were also a few old people sitting at the door. When those people saw her, they all looked her up and down. Some of them even hid in their houses with their children and closed the door. Seeing this, she walked forward and stopped in front of an old man who was carrying a child. She smiled and said, "Old man, I'm just passing by. Can I stay here for the night?" "Immortal. Immortal wants to stay here." Of course, of course." The old man stood up nervously. He thought for a while and said, "But I'm afraid we don't have anything good to entertain Immortal here." He had never seen such a dazzling and beautiful woman in red before. However, he knew that only the high and mighty immortals could have such charm. Entertain immortals was something that the people of this small village did not dare to imagine. They had never thought that one day such an immortal would come here. "It's okay. I'm very casual," Feng Jiu said with a smile. She looked at the skinny child in the old man's arms who was blinking and looking at her curiously. She took out a few fruits from her space. "Here." She handed them to the child. However, the child did not dare to take them and looked at the old man. This won't do, won't do." The bright red fruit was fresh and glistening, exuding a sweet fragrance. People who saw it couldn't help but swallow their saliva, but they didn't dare to take it. "It's all right, it's just a few fruits. Take them," Feng Jiu said with a smile as he stuffed the fruits into the old man's hands. Trembling, the old man thanked Feng Jiu profusely as he invited him into the house. "Old White, you stay here." Feng Jiu pointed to the side, telling him not to run around. Senior White nodded and didn't speak. He just did as his master said and laid down at the side to rest. The old man brought Feng Jiu to the back of the house and said, "Immortal, there is an empty room here. Immortal, can you take a look and see if you can stay here?" He was a little nervous because his house was rather shabby, and he felt out of place with this beautiful red-clothed immortal. "Sure, as long as we can rest," Feng Jiu said and asked, "Elder, are there only two of you in the family? Why do I feel like this place is filled with old people and children? Where are the young people in the village?" Chapter 2809. The city lord wants to build a palace and captured many able-bodied men. Even the children's parents were captured and haven't returned for a year. I don't know if they're dead or alive. Upon hearing this, Feng Jiu did not ask any more questions. He only comforted the old man. "Don't be too sad. I think your son and daughter-in-law will definitely return safely." "Thank you for your kind words, Immortal," the old man said and said to Feng Jiu, "Immortal, please sit for a while. I'll go and prepare some food." When Feng Jiu came in, he saw that the old man did not have anything to eat. So he said, "There's no need. I'll go to the sea to get some food." The old man was shocked and hurriedly said, "You can't do that, Immortal. There are sea monsters in the sea that eat people." "It's okay," Feng Jiu said and walked out. He called Lao Bai and went to the seaside. When the other old men saw him leave, they walked over and asked, "Is the Immortal leaving?" "No, the Immortal said that he's going to the sea to get some food," the old man said worriedly. "There are sea monsters in the sea that eat people." "That's right. Why would the Immortal dare to go to the sea? It's too dangerous. Is there no food in your house?" "I still have some. Ask the Immortal to come back. In case there's an accident," another old man said. "That's right. I have some too. I'll go and get it for you." Yes, I have some too." The old men held the children in their hands and said. They all expressed that they were willing to take out their food for the Immortal who came to stay here. Seeing this, the old man thought for a moment and said, "Then let's go and persuade him." Hence, the old men of the dozen or so families followed behind him and shouted, "Master, they're following us." Lao Bai looked back and saw that the old men of the small village had all come. He could not help but be surprised. Feng Jiu heard the voices behind him and stopped. He turned back and saw that the old men had all come. He asked, "Old men, what are you doing?" "Immortal, there are sea monsters in the sea. You can't go, you can't go." An old man held the hand of a child and said, his eyes filled with fear. Last time, people from other places took a boat into the sea. I saw it. The boat capsized, and the sea monsters ate the people on the boat. Immortal! Immortal! We have some food over there. If we take it out, it should be enough for you to eat your fill. Another old man said, the sea is too dangerous. We usually don't dare to go there, and we can't go there. Hearing the old people's words and seeing them walking over with their children, some of them not even wearing shoes, she felt warmth in her heart. She smiled and said, it's okay, really. I'm an immortal. I'm not afraid of sea monsters. Our fishing fish. What do you usually eat? We grow some sweet potatoes and wild vegetables behind our houses. That's what we usually eat. Occasionally, we go into the forest to chop some firewood and sell in the city in exchange for some rice or other food. An old man said. Fengjiu nodded. Okay, I understand. She looked at them and asked with a smile, do you want to come with me? Just watch from a seaside. Later, you can help bring some things back. Chapter 28:10. All right. Fengjiu smiled and led them to the seaside. The simple folk customs and kind hearts made this place look so beautiful. Although these people were just ordinary people, their kindness was something that many people could not compare to. When they arrived at the seaside, Fengjiu asked them to stand on the shore and not get too close. He also asked Lao Bai to stand guard at the side. Only then did he gather his chi and rush to the surface of the sea. The blue waves sparkled and rippled. Her red dress fluttered on the surface of the water. The dazzling flowers on her dress were like blooming flowers. It was so beautiful and enchanting that the old people and children on the shore could not help but be stunned. The tip of her foot lightly tapped on the surface of the water, creating circles of ripples. She looked into the water and saw some fishes and prawns swimming in the water. Thus, she condensed spiritual energy in her palm and sent it into the water. Bang! Bang, bang! The wind from her palm hit the surface of the water, causing countless splashes. The fishes and prawns in the water were splashed up and jumped in the air. With a flick of her sleeve, the fishes and prawns flew to the shore, towards the old people and children who were stunned. Fish, fish, and prawns. So many fishes and prawns. The old people stammered, their old eyes wide open. Their faces were filled with surprise and excitement. Quickly pack them up. Quickly pack them up. Ah, I forgot to bring something to pack them up. I'll go back and get it. An old man shouted and hurried back. Quickly, go back home and bring some basins and buckets to pack them up. Quickly. Some of the old people rushed back home to get things to pack them up, while some let the older children run back. It was the first time that the children had seen so many fishes and prawns. They could not help but run back home happily. These are just small things. There will be more later. Lao Bai raised his head proudly and looked at them as he spoke. This unexpected horse opened its mouth, scaring the old man standing beside Lao Bai into retreating. He pointed at Lao Bai and said, It spoke that Lao Bai glanced at them and said, Of course I can speak. I am a mutated divine beast, but my master told me not to speak so as not to scare you. When the old people heard its words, they thought of that immortal. This was the immortal's mount, so it shouldn't hurt them. Thinking of this, they gradually relaxed and collected the fishes and prawns that were scattered on the shore. Not long after, the fish and prawns on the shore were piled up into two piles, one for fish and the other for prawns. Seeing this, the elderly and children giggled happily. Perhaps Fengjiu's movements had attracted the attention of some ferocious beasts in the depths of the sea. Suddenly, a whirlpool appeared on the surface of the sea. The whirlpool grew bigger and bigger, sucking the surrounding water into the bottom of the sea. The sound of the surging sea water attracted the attention of the elders on the shore. Immortal, come back quickly. That's a sea monster. An old man shouted. His originally joyous face turned pale with fear. Hearing that, Fengjiu raised her eyebrows and looked at the huge shadow that was rolling the waves in the depths of the water. It was a shadow that was more than 10 meters long, and its figure was very huge. She saw that in the water, the tail of the shadow was swaying, and the water was surging. Chapter 28:11. The elderly and children were so shocked that their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. However, in the next moment, they could not help but widen their eyes in shock. They saw that the immortal in red stepped on the sea monster's head and waved his hand. A cold light shot out and instantly cut the sea monster into two halves. With a scream, blood dyed the sea red and gradually faded away. "Lao Bai," Fengjiu called out. "Coming," White replied. Then his silhouette flashed forward. A ray of light flashed, and he transformed from a horse into a white dragon. Then he plunged into the sea and threw the huge sea monster to the shore. "Dragon, dragon!" The elderly widened their eyes in shock. They did not expect that the talking horse was actually a white dragon. Bang! The huge body of the sea monster was thrown up and landed in front of the elderly. They were so scared that they all retreated. Feng Jiu returned to the shore and looked at the food he caught. He said, "These things should be enough to eat for a while." He smiled and said to the elderly, "Put these things back. I'll take these two big guys back." Lao Bai said and ran back to the village with a piece of the sea monster's tail. In fact, this was a sea monster. Other than its huge body and 2 rows of sharp teeth, it did not look scary. However, this was a ferocious beast that had become a spirit. Naturally, it was not something that these ordinary people could deal with. The elderly came to their senses and hurriedly took the things back. As the sky gradually darkened, a large pile of food was placed in front of the house of the elderly Fengjiu. "Today, we'll cook some for you to eat. You can share the rest. These fish and prawns can be dried or roasted and eaten slowly," Fengjiu said, and walked to the sea monster that had been cut in two and cut it into more than 10 pieces. "This is the meat of a ferocious beast from the bottom of the sea. Its meat has spiritual energy. Ordinary people can eat it and strengthen their bodies. Here are more than 10 pieces. Each family can take a piece back and eat slowly." Fengjiu gestured for them to go forward and take back the cut ferocious beast meat. However, the crowd stood and did not dare to go forward. "Immortal, these are all caught by you. How can you give them to us? I can't eat so much. Besides, I often eat these things. You can take them," Fengjiu said with a smile. He said, "How about this? Find me a big pot. I'll cook tonight's meal." Hearing this, the crowd hurriedly found a big pot and began to help prepare the fish and prawns. The elders of more than a dozen families took out their own tables and put them together. Some were big, some were small, some were high, and some were low. It looked very strange, but it made everyone excited and expectant. The crowd divided the work. Some cooked the rice, some picked the wild vegetables, and some set the bowls and chopsticks. Even the children sat obediently and did not run around to cause trouble. On the stove made of simple stones, there were big pots. One was boiling fish soup, one was steaming fish, and one was fried prawns. The simple dishes were all done by Fengjiu alone. The elderly helped him by putting the dishes on plates and placing them on the table. Chapter 28:12. That night, the elderly and the children ate to their heart's content. They did not expect such a noble immortal to be able to make such delicious dishes. That night, everyone was full. They had not eaten so full in a long time. Especially after eating, they could take the food back home and eat it slowly in the future. During the meal, Fengjiu chatted with them. She knew that all the young people in the village had been captured by the city lord to do manual labor, leaving only the elderly to guard the small village. As the night deepened, Fengjiu went back to rest. Lao Bai rested outside the house until the next morning. "You don't have to send me off." Fengjiu looked at the elderly who had sent her off for a long time and said, "Go back, all of you. Immortal, take care," the elderly said and waved at her. Fengjiu smiled and jumped onto Lao Bai's back. She followed the path the elderly pointed out to the city. At noon, Fengjiu came to the city gate. When she saw the people lining up to enter the city and the city guards inspecting them, her eyes flashed and her eyebrows raised slightly. She saw that when the city guards were inspecting the people entering the city, their hands touched some women's bodies. They were inspecting them, but in fact they were taking advantage of them. Some of the women had their heads lowered, and some had their faces flushed red. They were all angry, but did not dare to speak. Some of the young people behind seemed to be used to this scene. They just watched and did not say anything. However, when the person entering the city was a female cultivator, The city guards did not dare to be presumptuous. They just looked at her and let her pass. It seemed that there was some difference in treatment. She was wearing a dazzling red dress and riding a white horse. She was very conspicuous among these people. Before she could get close, the city guards and some cultivators were already sizing her up. She did not care and did not get off her horse. Instead, she rode her horse through the city gate from the other side. The city guards did not dare to stop her. They did not even dare to ask her to get off her horse. She rode her horse into the city leisurely. Someone ran behind her to report to the city lord. After all, the red-robed female cultivator was simply too beautiful. Her beauty was enough to topple a city. Such a beauty must have come from somewhere else. Naturally, he had to report this to the city lord. "Miss, are you alone?" Several cultivators came before Lao Bai and blocked Fengjiu's path. Sitting on Lao Bai's back, Fengjiu looked down at the cultivators and asked, "So what if I'm alone?" "Haha. If Miss is alone, you can come with us. We brothers are all rogue cultivators. If you accompany us, Miss shouldn't have to worry about any danger." A man said, his small eyes sizing up Fengjiu's body. In his eyes, a trace of amazement flashed past, so fast that no one could detect it. "I'm used to being alone. It's more convenient to be alone," Fengjiu said as he let Lao Bai continue walking. When they saw this, one of the cultivators laughed evilly. "Miss, don't you know that the people in this city are all lecherous and hungry? With Miss's appearance and figure, if you don't have anyone to accompany you, I'm afraid it won't be so easy for you to leave the city." Chapter 28:13. "Hey, Mississippi." One of them stretched out his hand to pull Fengjiu, who was sitting on the horse, but he didn't expect that Senior White would turn around and raise his hoof to kick backwards. The speed and strength of the kick were so fast that the cultivator couldn't dodge in time and was directly kicked away and fell to the ground. Puffed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, causing the cultivator's face to turn pale. He glared at Lao Bai, who sneered and roared angrily after a long while. "What are you still standing there for? Kill this white horse for me." The other cultivators recovered from their shock and immediately drew their swords to attack. However, before they could do anything, a group of city guards surrounded them and shouted at them, fighting and causing trouble on the streets. On the orders of the city lord, "Arrest all of you." The leader of the city guard shouted and waved his hand to order the surrounding city guards to arrest all of them. The cultivators wanted to run when they saw the situation wasn't good, but they were quickly captured and pressed to the ground. "Take them away." The leader of the city guards shouted and indicated for the cultivators to be brought back first. Then, he looked at the beautiful woman in red who was sitting on the white horse like a dazzling sun. When he saw her, a trace of amazement flashed through his eyes. She was indeed an extremely beautiful female cultivator. No wonder the city lord ordered them to immediately bring her back after receiving the news. He gathered his thoughts and stared at the woman in red. "Miss, please come with us." Fengjiu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. "Lead the way." Hearing this, the city guards were slightly surprised. They originally thought they would have to use force, but they didn't expect the woman in red to be so tactful. Well, it was better to be tactful to avoid suffering. Thus, some people led the way while others followed behind to prevent the female cultivator in red from escaping. They escorted and protected her to the city lord's estate. Fengjiu leisurely rode her horse and looked at the scenery of the city. When they were about to reach the city lord's estate, she asked, "I heard the city lord of this place is building a palace?" Hearing this, the leader of the city guards couldn't help but glance at her. "That's right. May I know where the palace is being built?" she asked as her gaze fell on the city lord's estate. "It's inside the city lord manor. Miss, you'll be able to see it once you enter." As the guard spoke, he led Fengjiu through the main entrance. When they arrived at the side entrance, he walked in first. "Miss, please." Fengjiu raised his eyebrows. "I didn't expect the city lord's hospitality to be like this. Are you going to let me in through the side door? How impolite of you." The main entrance is usually only open for people of high status. Normally, the main entrance is not opened. The city guard said, "Really?" Fengjiu sat on Lao Bai's back and said carelessly, I will only go through the main entrance. You can go in and report to your city lord that I will wait outside." This that the city guard captain was a little hesitant. He glanced at Feng Jiu and ordered the city guards behind him, "Take care of this young lady." As he spoke, he signaled with his eyes and quickly went inside. When the city lord heard the city guard's report, he was slightly surprised. "There's such a thing?" "Yes, that young lady is outside and doesn't want to come in. She said she won't go through the side door and wants to go through the main entrance." The city guard lowered his head and said, Chapter 28:14. When he came outside and saw the dazzling woman in red sitting on the white horse, he narrowed his eyes and carefully sized her up. The woman's face was slightly tilted, and he couldn't see her face, but the curves of her body were extremely alluring. Especially the red clothes on the white horse. They were even more dazzling. Perhaps sensing his gaze, the woman turned around and looked down at him from her horse. When he saw the woman's face, even though he had seen many beauties, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, his heart thumping wildly. He only felt that the woman in red in front of him was as beautiful as a fairy. Feng Jiu looked at the person in front of her and saw that it was a middle-aged man, dressed in brocade clothes, with a slightly fat belly. His slender eyes had a turbid color, and he was currently looking at her. She frowned slightly. This kind of person was the city lord here. "Miss, please come in." He waved his hand and signaled for people to open the door. Feng Jiu rode the white horse into the city lord's manor. She didn't dismount and just looked around. Once she entered, she saw a place that was under construction. It was just a preliminary model, and it was slightly taller than the ones here. Seeing Feng Jiu's gaze fall on the palace under construction, the city lord smiled. "Miss, are you interested in that place? Why don't I take Miss to have a look?" As he spoke, he walked over and said, "That place is the palace that this house is currently building. I plan to move in and live there in the future after it's finished." As he spoke, he looked at Feng Jiu and asked with a smile, "I still don't know Miss's name?" Feng Jiu glanced at him and said, "City Lord Hao can call me Ghost Doctor." The city lord was startled. "Ghost Doctor?" Just as he was about to ask why she was called Ghost Doctor, he saw the white horse quicken its pace. As they got closer, Feng Jiu saw that in front of the place, there were some men in tattered clothes carrying things. Those people were all men between 20 to 40 and 50 years old. She didn't know if it was because they didn't have enough to eat or something, but they all looked very thin and weak. A woman walked out and gave water to a man to drink. When she saw the city lord and her here, she quickly lowered her head and left. "Hee, Ghost Doctor, this place isn't finished yet. Actually, there's nothing to see here. Why don't we go to the front hall and sit? I'll have someone prepare some food and wine to entertain you." City Lord House said and made a gesture to Feng Jiu. Feng Jiu dismounted from her horse and said to Lao Bai, "Just stay here and don't run around." Lao Bai exhaled 2 puffs of air from his nose. He stood to the side, without moving as he watched his master leave with City Lord Hao. After they were far away, Lao Bai glanced at the people who were working, then walked in and walked around. When a horse suddenly appeared, those people couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. One after another, they avoided it, not daring to touch it. People. And the people. It was fine if it didn't speak. Once it spoke, it gave those people a fright. However, after some people heard it, they mustered up their courage and stepped forward. "You, how can you speak?" "I'm a spirit beast. Of course I can speak." Lao Bai glanced at that person and asked again, "Are there any people from the fishing village here?" Chapter 28:15. Is it that Lin Hai, the small village with only a dozen families? A thin man asked hesitantly. Lao Bai nodded. "That's right, it's that small village." The thin man asked anxiously, "How do you know about that village? Are the people in the village doing well?" "We just came from there." Lao Bai wagged his tail and said, "My master and I stayed there for a night. We even treated the villagers to a big meal. There were only the elderly and children in the village. They said that their son and daughter-in-law were caught by the city lord. Did you see them?" When the man heard this, his eyes couldn't help but turn red. With a choked voice, he asked, "That's my family. My home is there. More than a dozen strong men from our village were captured. We haven't been back for more than a year. We haven't seen our parents and children for more than a year. Are they okay? Lao Bai thought for a moment and said, not very well. They have nothing to eat, only wild vegetables and sweet potatoes. They are very thin, and their children are also very thin. They look malnourished. Hearing Lao Bai's words, some of the men who gradually came over could not help but cry. They squatted on the ground and covered their faces with their hands as they sobbed. Those were their parents. Those were their children. They were not by the side of the elderly and children. How could the elderly and children survive with only them? Seeing those men squatting on the ground and crying, Lao Bai felt embarrassed. Lao Bai was a little embarrassed. Would he not cry if he did not say those words? He stomped his hooves in annoyance and wagged his tail. Don't cry. They are actually doing well. When we left them with a lot of food. Now that they have something to eat, they won't starve. Upon hearing this, many people gathered around Lao Bai and asked him questions. They want to know more about their loved ones. On the other side, the city lord brought Fengjiu to a side hall and ordered a few dishes and a pot of wine. He looked at Fengjiu and asked with a smile, May I know where the ghost doctor is from? Where are you going? I'm just passing by, so I thought I'd come in to take a rest. Fengjiu paused and turned to look at him, but I didn't expect to be stopped by those cultivators as soon as I entered the city. Then I was invited here by the city lord. Hearing this, the city lord smiled embarrassedly. Don't worry, ghost doctor. You can have a good rest here. You're absolutely safe here. No one will dare to touch you. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled inexplicably. How could one be safe in a wolf's den? Ghost doctor, let's drink. This wine is my collection from many years ago. He lifted the wine jug and personally poured a cup for Fengjiu before pouring a cup for himself. Then he gestured, I'll drink first as a toast. Fengjiu picked up the wine cup and downed it in one gulp. She then picked up the wine cup in front of her. However, when she brought the wine to her lips, she couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. She put down the wine she was about to drink. The city lord who had been observing her saw her put down the wine cup and asked, Ghost doctor, what's wrong? Could it be that the wine is not to your taste? Fengjiu's lips curled slightly. She said with a faint smile, It is indeed not to my taste when it is mixed with ecstasy powder. Chapter 28:16. Seeing the absolute beauty sitting in front of him playing with the wine cup, the city lord's eyes flashed and his face suddenly sank. He slammed his hand on the table, and with a loud bang, he also stood up. He looked at Fengjiu and asked in a deep voice, Could it be that the ghost doctor doesn't want to give this house some face? So you won't even drink this wine and say that this wine is mixed with some ecstasy? Fengjiu raised his eyebrows and leisurely said, So what if that's the case? Could it be that the city lord wants to make a move against me? Enter in my place. Could it be that the ghost doctor thinks that you can still walk out? He gave a cold snort and narrowed his turbid eyes as he stared at her. Fengjiu gave a soft laugh. Does the city lord think that the two words ghost doctor are just words? Do you know what these two words represent? She stood up, and her clear eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed. You want to have ideas about me? You're not qualified. As soon as the voice came out, a strong pressure came out. That pressure that was above his was like a mountain pressing down on him, causing him to kneel down with a plop. Pung! The sound of his knees hitting the ground rang out. In an instant, the city lord's face turned pale and cold sweat poured out of his forehead. He looked at the red-clothed woman in front of him with a face as cold as ice. How could there be any desire in his eyes? There was only fear and panic. His knees were trembling. That sudden attack that caused him to kneel down had caused his knees to bear all the force. It was so painful that his tears almost fell. What made him want to faint was that the ghost doctor's strength and pressure in front of him. Why was she so strong? Damn it! How could there be a strong person in this world who would purposely hide their strength? In this world, there were people who wished that they could show their strength to the world. How could there be someone like her, clearly having heaven-defying strength, but hiding it? City Lord, what are you kneeling for? Fengjiu's voice was neither fast nor slow, but it scared the city lord so much that he didn't dare to raise his head. I have eyes but fail to see. I have offended you. Please forgive me. He stuttered, his voice trembling. He felt that the pressure on his body had not moved away, making it difficult for him to speak. What do you think would happen if the city lord was replaced? Feng Jiu asked. Sir, I'm sure there are many people in the city who want to pull you down. If one of the clans in the city is supported, they will probably do better than you. Don't you think so? Feng Jiu asked with a smile. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. With her strength, if she killed him and promoted the patriarch of a clan to become the city lord, that clan would probably be overjoyed. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but become anxious. Honored one, Ghost Doctor, I'll change. I'll definitely change. It's too late. As she spoke, she flicked her sleeve, and the kneeling city lord fainted and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Feng Jiu calmly retracted his gaze and called out, Men. The city guards outside heard the call and came in to take a look. When they saw their city lord on the ground, their faces changed. City Lord. What happened to the city lord? Chapter 28:17. When the city guard saw this, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Why was the city lord drunk? Why was this lady still here? She was not leaving, but wanted to stay? What are you waiting for? Feng Jiu frowned and glanced at him coldly. Yes, yes. That city guard responded, and together with another person beside him, helped the city lord up and sent him to the backyard. Feng Jiu walked out and called for Lao Bai with his divine sense. Then, one man and one horse walked out of the gate and went to the main street. She went to a tea house and ordered a pot of tea and some snacks. When the waiter was about to leave, she called out to him, Waiter, I want to ask about something. The waiter was stunned and asked, What do you want to ask about? Feng Jiu took out 2 gold coins and put them on the table. I want to know how many families there are in this city. Among these clans, which one had the best family traditions? Tell me what I want to know, and these gold coins are yours. The waiter couldn't help but be delighted when he heard this. This was something that everyone in the city knew, so it wasn't a secret. Thus, he roughly told Feng Jiu about the various clans in the city. The Hong family has the best culture. However, the old master of the Hong family suddenly fell ill last month and could not move. Because of this, the other families want to take this opportunity to squeeze the Hong family out of the ranks of the big families. If the Hong family did not have the support of the Hong family, they would have been pushed aside by the other families and become a third-rate family. Hearing this, she gestured for him to leave. When the waiter saw this, he stepped forward and took the 2 gold coins. After thanking the waiter, he left. She sat in the tea house for a while, drank a cup of tea, and ate a few pieces of refreshments before leaving. She went to other places and inquired, and the information she obtained was the same as what the waiter had said. Once she entered, she brought Lao Bai with her to the Hong clan. Killing the city lord directly would only cause chaos. The best way to solve the problem once and for all was to find someone who could bear the burden. The Hong family was undoubtedly the best choice. When Feng Jiu arrived at the door of the Hong family, the guards at the door saw her and asked, Who are you looking for? I'm looking for your master, Feng Jiu said. Seeing that the 2 guards were looking at her seriously, they did not dare to look at her impudently, even though they were stunned by her beauty. How should I address you? Why are you looking for a master? The guards asked. They had to know the reason before they could go in and report. After all, it was not some unknown person who could meet their master just because she wanted to. Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled and said, I heard that the old master of the Hong family fell ill. I'm skilled in medicine, so I came to take a look. Hearing this, the 2 guards looked at each other and said to wait a moment. One of them quickly walked inside and went in to pass on the message. In the Hong residence, Master Hong was leading a few doctors into his father's courtyard when he heard the housekeeper walking quickly and whispering in his ear. A woman? Master Hong frowned slightly. Even if a woman knows medicine, how good can she be? Let her leave. Chapter 28:18. The steward didn't chase her away immediately after hearing his words. Instead, he hesitated for a moment and said, Master, that lady doesn't look like an ordinary person. Her aura is extremely extraordinary. She's different from the people I usually see. He was the steward of the residence and had seen many people. Just now, when the guard came to report, he wanted to take a look before coming in to report. The lady outside the door didn't look very old. but her face was as beautiful as a fairy. Her red dress was as dazzling as the sun. Especially her aura, it was unforgettable. With his eyes that had seen countless people, that lady was definitely not an ordinary person. Hearing the steward's words, Master Hong paused for a moment. Then invite her to the hall. I'll be there in a moment. Yes. The steward responded and walked out. Feng Jiu was invited into the residence. She sat in the hall and drank tea. After waiting for about half an hour, she saw a middle-aged man walk in with his hands behind his back. She sized him up and saw that he was dressed in brocade clothes and had his hands clasped behind his back. His imposing aura was very intimidating. Seeing that the butler was following behind him, Feng Jiu knew that this person should be the patriarch of the Hong clan. May I know where you're from? Do you have a pharmacist badge? Master Hong walked in and asked. After seeing this lady, he finally knew why the steward said that she was extraordinary. Her aura was indeed extraordinary. Hearing this, Feng Jiu's lips curled up slightly. She took a sip of tea and put down the teacup in her hand. I'm just a passerby. Why does Master Hong care where I'm from? Master Hong only needs to know that I can cure your father. When Patriarch Hong heard this, he was a little surprised. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the woman in front of him take out a pharmacist badge and an alchemist badge from her sleeves and put them on her chest. When he saw the ranks of the two badges, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. This, did he see wrongly? May I know if this qualifies? Feng Jiu asked. Master Hong took a deep breath and became respectful. He looked at the lady in red in front of him and asked, May I know your name? Ghost Doctor. As soon as Feng Jiu finished speaking, Patriarch Hong widened his eyes in shock and disbelief. Ghost Doctor Feng Jiu? Are you that Ghost Doctor Feng Jiu? Hearing this, Feng Jiu raised his eyebrows. Patriarch Hong knows about this? How come she didn't know that the people here knew about her? I know. Patriarch Hong was pleasantly surprised and shocked at the same time. He said repeatedly, I didn't know it was the Ghost Doctor. Truly lacking in manners. If there is any disrespect, I hope the Ghost Doctor will not take offense. As he spoke, his face was full of smiles. I've been to the upper continents and heard of the Ghost Doctor's great name, but I've never been able to meet you. Feng Jiu nodded. I see. I was thinking that if the doctors here couldn't cure my father, I would bring my father there to seek treatment from the Ghost Doctor. I didn't expect to meet the Ghost Doctor here. It's really my Hong family's fortune. Seeing this, Feng Jiu smiled and said, Since that's the case, I'll tell you the reason why I'm here today, so that Master Hong can be mentally prepared. Chapter 28:19. That's only one of the reasons. There's another reason, Feng Jiu said, looking at him. I want to help your Hong clan to become the city lord of this city. Hearing this, Patriarch Hong was shocked. I'm afraid it doesn't sound right. If my Hong clan becomes the city lord, I'm afraid that the other clans in the city will be the first to oppose it. Moreover, in terms of strength, my Hong clan isn't the strongest. That's why I cured your father. Feng Jiu said, looking at him. If your father recovers and his strength increases, do you think that with his support, we will still be afraid of the other clans? Hearing this, Patriarch Hong hesitated, looking at Feng Jiu, asking, I want to know, why did the Ghost Doctor do this? She was just a passerby. Why would she help the Hong clan to become the city lord and give them such a chance? Others didn't know, but he had heard of the Ghost Doctor's abilities and knew that she could do it. There's no other reason. Firstly, the city lord offended me. Secondly, when I passed by a small fishing village, there were only old people and children left. Their daughters-in-law were captured and brought to the city lord's mansion to work as coolies, so I wanted to help. Her voice paused and said, The most important thing is that the city lord is immoral and unworthy of being the city lord. She didn't intend to find trouble with the city lord when she entered the city, but who knew that he would lead her to the city lord manor and even wanted to make a move on her. Since that was the case, then don't blame her for being impolite. Hearing this, Patriarch Hong knew the reason. He thought for a while and said, Then I'll ask the Ghost Doctor to treat my father. He cupped his hands and bowed deeply to her. Feng Jiu stood up. Lead the way. Ghost Doctor, this way, please. He personally led the way, bringing her to the backyard, to his father's courtyard, and pushed open the door to enter the room. Feng Jiu came to the bedside, looking at the skinny old man lying on the bed, and asked, "How long has this situation been going on?" "It's been more than a month, and he hasn't been able to eat for more than a month. We can only feed him liquid food, but my father isn't unconscious. He's conscious, but he can't wake up or move," Patriarch Hong said from his side. Hearing this, Feng Jiu went forward to check his pulse and carefully checked his body and said, "It's caused by the reverse flow of blood, but it's not a big problem. As long as the blood is blocked, it will be fine." As she spoke, she took out the silver needles. Patriarch Hong Master, who was at the side, was overjoyed. Seeing her take out the needles, he didn't disturb her and only stood quietly. He stood to the side and watched her. Feng Jiu pierced his acupoints with silver needles and used her spiritual power as a supplement to dredge his blocked qi and blood. This problem was not difficult for her, but for many doctors, even if they knew the illness, they would not know where to start. As time passed, she pulled out the silver needles and took out a bottle of nutrient solution and handed it to Patriarch Hong. "Feed this to your father. It's a spiritual liquid. It can nourish his internal organs and have a restorative effect." Patriarch Hong took it and asked, "Ghost Doctor, my father, when will he wake up?" "Tomorrow morning," Feng Jiu said. Hearing this, Patriarch Hong was overjoyed and quickly thanked her. "Thank you, Ghost Doctor, thank you. All right, I'll leave first. When he wakes up tomorrow, you can come to the City Lord Manor to find me." Chapter 28:20. I live over there," she said. Seeing Family Head Hong's worried expression, she smiled. "I forgot to say that City Lord is still lying down, drunk from drinking. I don't know when he will wake up." Hearing this, Family Head Hong smiled. "That's good. When my father wakes up tomorrow, I will go to the City Lord's mansion to find the Ghost Doctor." Saying this, he personally sent her out. Once Feng Jiu left, Family Head Hong was preparing to go back when he saw his wife walking out. "Master," Madam Hong called out and came to him. "That lady left." I just sent her out," Family Head Hong said with a smile. There was an unconcealable expression on his face. The joy on his face made Madam Hong slightly surprised. "Master, what is that lady's background?" "Her? She has a great background. Our Hong family is really lucky this time." He laughed loudly and said, "I will tell you in detail tonight. Let's go. Now we will go see Father." The Ghost Doctor left a bottle of spirit liquid for Father to drink. The two talked as they walked, their figures gradually fading away. Feng Jiu, who left the Hong residence, returned to the City Lord's mansion. She seemed to treat this place as her home, entering and leaving freely. However, when she just entered the City Lord's mansion, she saw a beautiful woman in gorgeous clothes and two young men in front of her. Behind them, there were a few city guards. "Capture this vixen. Beat her to death," the beautiful woman shouted, pointing at Feng Jiu and scolding. "You vixen, you dare to come back after leaving? If I don't beat you to death today, you won't even know where this place is." When the two men saw the beautiful Feng Jiu in red, their eyes couldn't help but be stunned. The two pulled the beautiful woman and said, "Mother, mother, leave her to us. We will definitely teach her a lesson." Hearing this, the beautiful woman was furious, her body trembling. "She bewitched your father. He is still lying in bed. This vixen, ah?" Before the beautiful woman could finish her words, she fell down, her body twitching on the ground, but she couldn't say a word. "Mother." When the two men saw this, they cried out in alarm and hurriedly helped her up. However, they saw that she was trembling all over. Her body was also twitching as if she couldn't control it. "What did you do? What did you do to my mother?" The two men shouted angrily and glared at the city guards behind them. "Why aren't you taking her down yet?" However, just as those city guards were about to step forward, they felt a powerful pressure suppressing them, making it difficult for them to even move. When the two men saw this, their eyes were filled with shock. "Who are you? If you don't want to die, then scram back to your own courtyard. If I see you in front of me again, then don't blame me for being rude," Feng Jiu said coldly and walked inside. Watching her walk inside, the two men couldn't help but swallow their saliva. How dare she? How dare she still stay here? Who is this person? How could they dare to stay after treating them like this? Chapter 28-21. When Fengjiu arrived at the guest room in the courtyard and was resting, she heard a commotion outside. Demonis! Come out! Come out! Fengjiu frowned, and then she stood up and walked out. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Senior White glaring at those people in the courtyard. Moreover, there were many cultivators in and outside the courtyard. Based on their ages and cultivations, she knew that these people were probably the main pillars of the city governor's estate. Demonis, get out of the city lord's mansion. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson, the city lord's son shouted. However, when he saw Fengjiu looking at him, he couldn't help but be shocked and ran to the back to hide. Among them, when a few elders saw Fengjiu, their eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Such a woman, regardless of appearance or bearing, was extremely outstanding. Looking at her, she really didn't look like a demonis. Therefore, after a few elders looked at each other, they signaled for the crowd to quiet down. One of them walked forward and asked, "Miss, why are you staying in the city lord's mansion and not leaving?" Fengjiu walked to the stone table and sat down. When she heard this, she smiled slightly. "It's not that I don't want to leave, but your city lord invited me to stay." Hearing this, the elder asked again, "Our city lord is unconscious. Does this have something to do with you?" "That's right." Fengjiu nodded in agreement. Hearing her admit it so easily, everyone was stunned. "Miss, why are you doing this?" Fengjiu's lips curled up slightly, and her gaze swept past them. "This city lord is yours. I think you should know his character better than I do, right?" When she said this, everyone's expression changed slightly. Of course, they knew what kind of person the city lord was, but why waste your breath on her? This kind of woman, let me kill her first. A cultivator walked forward and flashed the blade in his hand. He raised his chi and stabbed towards Fengjiu. Fengjiu just sat there and lightly tapped the table with one hand. A trace of cold light flashed in her clear eyes. She called out unhurriedly, "Lao Bai." As soon as she finished speaking, Lao Bai, who was waiting at the side, neighed and said, "I've been waiting for a long time." It suddenly pounced forward and dodged that person's attack. With a kick of its hooves, it kicked that person out of the courtyard. When they saw that the white horse suddenly spoke, everyone was shocked. Before they could recover from their shock, that cultivator had already been kicked out of the courtyard and fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. That person's expression was slightly unsightly. He was actually defeated in front of so many people. If this were to spread out, wouldn't he become a joke? What a beast! See if I don't kill you. The cultivator got up and brandished the sword in his hand to attack again. No, I'm your ancestor." Lao Bai snorted lightly and nimbly dodged that person's attack. At the same time, he also launched an attack. He closed in step by step, leaving that cultivator with nowhere to run. In the end, that cultivator fell to the side in a sorry state and rolled and crawled backward. He looked at Lao Bai in horror. "Don't come over. Don't come over." "This is a mutated beast?" an elder said with a serious expression. He stared at Lao Bai for a while and said, "I'm afraid it's a mutated beast at the divine beast level." Chapter 28-22. Sacred Beast? Everyone's hearts trembled. This horse was a sacred beast? Then this lady in red. For a moment, many people started to hesitate. From a moment they had arrived here, this girl had not been afraid at all. She did not even make a move. This horse was a sacred beast. They were afraid that the owner of this horse was not weak either. However, the other party's power must have been concealed by her. Otherwise, there was no reason why they could not see her true power. "Miss, what do you want to do?" The old man looked at Fengjiu and asked, not daring to make a move. "Remove your city lord and find someone to replace him." Fengjiu directly stated her plan. Looking at their slightly changed expressions, she smiled lightly. "You can object, but your objection is invalid. Miss, you're meddling too much. No matter how strong you are, do you think that you could defeat all of us here?" Hearing that, Fengjiu smiled lightly. "No, I'm giving you a way out." She looked at them and said, Just based on the fact that your city lord dared to capture me, the other party drugged me and had thoughts of offending me, it is not too much to destroy your entire city lord palace." The old man and the others' expressions changed slightly. They did not speak, only frowning as they looked at her. The few guest chamberlains behind her couldn't help but jump out. "What an arrogant woman! We want to see what kind of ability you have. How dare you say such words? You want my master to make a move? You are not qualified," Lao Bai said, snorted, and prepared to step forward. "Lao Bai, stay at the side." As Feng Nine spoke, she stood up and flicked her red clothes, saying, "All right, I'll show you what I'm capable of." As soon as she finished speaking, her red figure flashed, and she rushed toward them as fast as a ghost. The few guests only saw the red figure flash before their eyes. Just as they were about to make a move, one of them screamed, then fell to the ground, twitching. Before the first person could scream, another screamed. The continuous screams and the few people who fell to the ground caused the surrounding people to take a step back in shock. They looked at the red figure who had retreated back to the stone table and sat down, their eyes filled with obvious fear. Hiss! The few people on the ground were still screaming. At this time, their robes were drenched in sweat. Some of them were rapidly aging, and some of them were becoming skinny. Their spiritual auras were destroyed, and their cultivations disappeared in an instant. They fell from a high and mighty expert to the ground, and became weaker than an ordinary person. Several powerful guests had their cultivation crippled in an instant. Moreover, they didn't even manage to touch a corner of her clothes. One could imagine how powerful the other party was. Seeing this scene, the few old men took a deep breath. At this moment, they finally believed that this woman in red had the ability to destroy the city lord's mansion. After much consideration, the few old men discussed for a while, then waved their hands at the frightened cultivators behind them. "You all can leave first." Yes. Those people who couldn't wait to leave quickly took the few people on the ground and quickly retreated outside. After they left, the elders asked, "May I ask, who do you want to be the lord of this city?" Chapter 28-23. When they heard that it was family head Hong, the elders were slightly surprised, but they heaved a sigh of relief. They were aware of the Hong family style. It had to be said that if there was really no other way, this Hong family head was indeed a good choice. "What do you want us to do?" they asked. Feng Jiu smiled and said, "Push him to the top, of course." "We understand," they said, then said, "We need to prepare for this matter. We will go and arrange it now." After saying that, he bowed and was about to leave, but when he turned around, he heard Feng Jiu's voice again. "Wait." They turned back and looked at the woman in red, asking, "Do you have any other instructions?" Feng Jiu stood up and said, "Let the people who built the palace go back. At the same time, give them their wages for how long they have worked here." They did not expect her to notice the ordinary people over there and say this. They were stunned for a moment, then said, "Yes, we will go and arrange it now." Strangely enough, they thought that such a powerful person would not pay attention to those ordinary people. After all, to cultivators, those ordinary people were insignificant. Even if they knew that some people existed, they would never ask about them. After they left, Feng Jiu told Lao Bai to guard the courtyard and went to rest in his room. With the help of the elders, the matter was quickly settled. When the people who were caught learned that they could go home and get their wages, they all began to cry. When they left the city lord's mansion, they all knelt down and kowtowed to the city lord's mansion. They knew that the owner of the white horse must have saved them. The talking horse said that its owner would save them and let them go home. Now, they could really go home. When they thought that they could go home, all of them ignored their dirty and messy clothes and rushed out of the city under the cover of the night before the city gates were closed. They hurried back to their homes in the dark of the night. Because of Feng Jiu, the Hong family paid attention to the movements in the city lord's mansion. When they learned about the movements of the ordinary people in front of the city lord's mansion, they could not help but admire Feng Jiu's methods. She could live in the city lord's mansion without fear and let the people who were caught leave safely. Obviously, she had made the people in the city lord's mansion bow their heads and submit to her. For a woman to be able to do this with such lightning speed One had to know that other than her unfathomable strength, she also had to have lightning speed and fierce methods. "Master, I asked someone to boil some soup. Drink a bowl first." Madame Hong brought the soup to the study and placed it in front of him. "Madam, did you ask someone to guard my father?" Family head Hong asked. "Yes, Howard is guarding there. He asked me why you gathered the people in the mansion to discuss something. Is there something important?" So I told him about it, Madame Hong said. Hearing this, Patriarch Hong nodded. "That's good too. I originally wanted to wait until the matter was settled before talking about it, but it seems like it's fine to talk about it now." He smiled and picked up the bowl of soup to drink. Chapter 28-24. "Haha, they won't." Patriarch Hong smiled and said, "From the news I just received, the people in the City Lord's manor should have already bowed to the ghost doctor. I think the other aristocratic families should have more or less received the news. After all, the people who were caught by the City Lord have already been released." In the Hong manor, Patriarch Hong and his wife were talking about this in the study. The other aristocratic families also received some news, as Patriarch Hong had guessed. Did something happen in the City Lord's manor? Why did they say that the people who were caught by the City Lord have already been released this evening? An old man asked. A middle-aged man said, "I've already sent people to find out. They should be back soon." As he said that, a man walked in quickly. "Patriarch, I've already found out the news." "Speak." The middle-aged man gestured. Early this morning, a woman in red, riding a white horse, was brought into the City Lord's manor. It said that the City Lord is now unconscious. The City Lord's wife was tampered with because she offended the woman in red and can't speak. A few of the guests in the City Lord's manor have been disabled. Now, those few elders and some of the managers in the City Lord's manor have already bowed to the woman. The people in the hall were surprised. Bowed to the woman? To a woman? Yes. That man nodded and said, "It said that they want to elect a new person to be the City Lord. The commoners who left in the evening seem to have been let out because of the woman in red. They were even given their wages." Hearing this, the people in the hall were moved. Elect a new person to be the City Lord? Once the Castellan falls, only those elders in the Castellan's mansion have the ability to be Castellan. However, those elders are too old, I'm afraid. The man who was reporting had a strange expression. "Patriarch, I've received news that the City Lord isn't chosen in the City Lord's manor. I heard that the woman in red even went to the Hong clan today." Hearing this, shock appeared on their faces. Hong clan? Could it be that they want to push the Hong clan up? Now that the Hong family's old Master Hong has collapsed due to illness, and the strength of that person from the Hong family isn't the strongest among the few family heads, how can he become the City Lord of this city? If she has the support of a few elders from the City Lord's mansion, then it's not impossible. However, where did this red-clothed woman come from? He actually has such great ability to make the people in the City Lord's mansion bow down to him? The old man at the side pondered. He was a little surprised. "I can't find out anything about that. Currently, only a few elders in the City Lord's mansion and the Hong clan have come into contact with that red-clothed lady." Hearing this, the few people in the hall looked at each other. The elder, who was deep in thought, said, "Family head, why don't we pay a visit to the Hong clan tomorrow morning and ask around?" "All right." The middle-aged man nodded. The other aristocratic families were also discussing this matter. One of the patriarchs of one of the aristocratic families proposed to pay a visit to the City Lord's mansion tomorrow morning to see the situation, but he was stopped by an old man. "If we go to the City Lord's mansion now, we probably won't even be able to enter the main door. Now that the City Lord's mansion is not peaceful, they probably won't receive guests. It's better to go to the Hong clan," the old man said in a low voice. After thinking about it again and again, he felt that it was better to go to the Hong clan first to ask about the situation. Chapter 28-25. Compared to the other aristocratic families, the members of the Hong clan were filled with laughter in the early morning. They were overjoyed because their great master, who had been in a coma for a long time, had finally woken up. He could already raise his hand slightly. Compared to the time when he was in a coma and unable to move, this was great news for the Hong clan. In the old Master Hong's courtyard, "Father, that's how it is. Now that you've woken up, I'll make some preparations to go to the City Lord's manor to look for the ghost doctor." Patriarch Hong, said with a smile as he looked at his father who was lying on the bed. Okay, go ahead. This is a rare opportunity for our Hong clan. It's also the good karma that we've accumulated. Otherwise, such a good thing wouldn't have happened to our Hong clan. Although old Master Hong had woken up, his voice was still very weak. But even so, his words were very clear. Yes, I know. Patriarch Hong instructed his men to take good care of the old master. Then, he got up and left the courtyard. After returning to the main courtyard to make some preparations, he brought a few people out and went to the city lord mansion. Not long after he left, the other aristocratic families also came to the Hong clan at the same time. When a few patriarchs met in front of the door, they all smiled tacitly. You're early, everyone. Haha, Brother Chun is early too. Looks like we're all the same. As they chatted, they saw that everyone had arrived and entered together. However, when they sat in the hall for a while and waited for Patriarch Hong to arrive, they saw that it was an elder of the Hong clan. Patriarchs, I'm really sorry. The great elder of the Hong clan smiled and cupped his hands. You've come at the wrong time. My patriarch left early in the morning. He'll probably be back later. Hearing this, their expressions changed slightly. They asked, where did Patriarch Hong go? When will he be back? Patriarch went to the city lord mansion. He only said that he'll be back later, but he didn't say when. The great elder of the Hong clan smiled and said, if you have nothing to do in the mansion, you can wait here. If you have something to do, you can find another time to come back. They looked at each other and said, since that's the case, let's wait here. All right, please have a seat. I'll have the servants bring some pastries over. He nodded slightly and walked out. While he was gone, several people in the hall began to discuss among themselves. He went to the city lord's mansion early in the morning. I think you want to see that red-clothed woman. Yes, that should be the case. If you want to see her, you should be back by noon at the latest. Since you're here, just sit here and wait. That way, I won't have to make another trip. While they were talking, the elder outside walked back in. He sat at the bottom left, drinking tea and chatting with them. After all, even though the patriarch wasn't here, he still had to entertain the guests and couldn't be rude. On the other side, Patriarch Hong, who had arrived at the city lord's mansion, was invited in. As soon as he was invited in, another patriarch who saw him enter also wanted to enter, but unexpectedly, he was stopped outside and was unable to enter. Even that person from the Hong clan went in. Why can't our patriarch go in? A middle-aged man said unhappily. Patriarch Hong is an important guest who has been ordered by the higher-ups to be invited in. As for the others, they are not allowed to enter the city lord's mansion. The city guard said in a deep voice. He didn't let them in, but asked them to leave quickly. Chapter 28-26. In the Hong family, everyone was slightly surprised when they learned that another guest had arrived. They looked outside and saw a family head bringing people into the hall. Huh, I didn't expect family head you to come too. Family head you? Where did you come from? Seeing that several patriarchs had gathered in the Hong family's living room, Patriarch was slightly taken aback. He stepped forward and said, you're all here early. I just went to the city lord residence and didn't expect to see Patriarch Hong enter. I wanted to follow him in, but I was stopped by the city guards. They told me not to enter without permission. As family head you spoke, he flicked his sleeves and snorted. What arrogance! He actually refused to let me in. Ah, so family head you went to the city lord mansion. No wonder, no wonder. One of them laughed out loud and shook his head. There's no hurry. We also want to see Patriarch Hong. Since we can't enter the city lord mansion, it's the same for us to wait here. Since we're all here today, I believe that Patriarch Hong will definitely answer our questions on account of so many of us. As they spoke, the Hong family elder drank tea at the side and didn't interrupt. He just listened quietly. The family head you's gaze swept across everyone and landed on the Hong family elder. Great elder, you're the great elder of the Hong family. I'm sure you know what's going on, right? The Hong family elder stopped drinking tea and looked at the elder. Family head you must be joking. Everything has been smooth recently. How would I know what's going on? Hearing this, Patriarch frowned. Then let me ask you, who is that woman in red? The Hong family elder shook his head. I'm not sure. She just came to your mansion yesterday. Family head shouted in a deep voice. Seeing his dark face and sharp gaze, The Hong family elder smiled and said, "Family head you. Have you forgotten that this is the Hong family? If you want to show off, I think it's better for you to return to your mansion." The other family heads originally pretended not to hear and drank their tea. However, after hearing what the great elder of the Hong family said, they put down their teacups. "Family head you, since you're here, have a cup of tea first. We're also waiting. Even if we want to know, we're not in a hurry." That elder from the Hong clan didn't look at him again. Instead, he sat down and drank his tea as if he didn't hear them. Hearing their words, Patriarch Yu suppressed the anger in his heart, walked to the side, and sat down, waiting for Patriarch Hong to return. At the same time, in the city lord's mansion, Patriarch Hong was in Fengjio's courtyard. "Ghost Doctor, my father really woke up." As Patriarch Hong spoke, he gave her a deep bow. This time, it's really all thanks to Ghost Doctor. Fengjio, who was eating breakfast, nodded and said, "Wait for me for a while. I'll go with you later to take a look. When she wakes up, she still needs to recuperate." "All right," Patriarch Hong replied and stood at the side, waiting. About a quarter of an hour later, Fengjio finished eating. He wiped his mouth and stood up, saying, "Tomorrow at the latest. Tomorrow, the elders of the city lord's mansion will invite all the patriarchs of the city to a gathering to promote you to the position. You should prepare well these 2 days." "Yes, thank you, Ghost Doctor." He cupped his hands and thanked her. Although his tone was calm, there was unconcealable excitement and joy in his eyes. Chapter 28-27. When Patriarch Hong brought Fengjio back to the Hong residence, the moment they entered the residence, the steward quickly welcomed them and said, "Patriarch, the patriarchs of the city have been waiting in the main hall for a long time." Hearing this, Patriarch Hong looked at Fengjio and said, "Ghost Doctor, please go to my father's courtyard in the backyard first. I'll go take a look first, and we'll be there later." Fengjio nodded and followed the steward to Old Master Hong's courtyard in the backyard. Patriarch Hong walked towards the main hall. Before he reached the hall, he heard voices coming from inside. He glanced at the few people sitting inside, and his eyes moved slightly. He didn't expect the patriarchs of the various aristocratic families to be here. Seeing that the great elder was accompanying the guests in the hall, he immediately walked in and said with a smile, "What brings you all here?" Seeing him, everyone in the hall seemed to be moved. They all stood up and said with a smile, "Brother Hong, you've made us wait for a long time." "Ha! I didn't know you were all here. Please don't blame me for being rude." Patriarch Hong laughed loudly and cupped his hands at them. "I think Brother Hong should know why we're here. Why don't you clear up our doubts?" One of the patriarchs said as his gaze fell on Patriarch Hong. Hearing this, Patriarch Hong smiled and said, "Are you all here for the city lord's mansion?" Patriarch Yu, who had a sullen expression, stood up and said directly, "That's right. We're here for the city lord's mansion." "Oh, that. I can't tell you all the details now. How about this? 2 days later, 2 days later, I don't need to tell you what you want to know. I think you'll know." As he spoke, he didn't go into the details of what they wanted to know. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed slightly. It seemed that he didn't intend to tell them the details. Seeing this, they didn't say anything else. After all, if he didn't want it, they wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. However, Patriarch Yu slammed the table and stood up. "Hong, are you looking down on us? We've been waiting here for half a day, just because you said that." "Huh, Patriarch Yu, this matter is indeed not something that I can explain clearly. I still have matters to attend to now, so I'm afraid I won't be able to sit and chat with everyone. How about this? Everyone can go back first. After a day or two, everything will be clear. At that time, I'll treat all of you to a good meal." As he spoke, he did not look at their expressions. Instead, he looked at the first elder and said, "I'll have to trouble the first elder to send the family heads off for me." The great elder smiled and stood up. "Don't worry, Patriarch. Leave this matter to me." Thus, he smiled and gestured to the group. "Everyone, please." Seeing this, the other families all stood up. "Since that's the case, let's go back first. Goodbye." As they spoke, they didn't stay for long. Instead, they cupped their hands and walked out. Patriarch Yu still wanted to say something, but when he saw Patriarch Hong's expression, he didn't say anything in the end. He flicked his sleeves and walked out. After they left the main hall of the Hong clan, Patriarch Hong also went to the backyard. After leaving the Hong residence, the family heads heard the words of the guards who were originally guarding outside and found out that Patriarch Hong had returned together with the red-clothed woman. Chapter 28:28. When he heard that the lady in red was also in the Hong residence, Patriarch Yu's face darkened. He snorted angrily and immediately walked back, intending to enter the Hong residence again to find out more about the lady in red. However, he did not expect that he would not be able to enter the Hong residence after he had just exited. Seeing that he was blocked outside, he snorted and flicked his sleeves. I want to see who exactly this lady in red is. He did not leave, but waited in the carriage parked outside the Hong residence, intending to wait here for the lady in red to come out and clarify things. When the others saw this, they laughed and said, "Patriarch Yu, why do you have to do this? We already said that we will know in 2 days. Why wait here?" "That's right. Look, it's almost noon now, and the sun is shining brightly. Why wait here?" The few of them laughed as they tried to persuade him, who knew that he wouldn't listen and insisted on waiting here. Seeing this, the few of them looked at each other, shook their heads, and left first. Hong residence. When she arrived at the Hong residence's backyard, Feng Jiu entered Old Master Hong's room. When she entered the room, she saw Old Master Hong on the bed staring at the ceiling, deep in thought. No one knew what he was thinking about. The housekeeper who came with him called out softly, "Old Master, the ghost doctor is here." Hearing this, Old Master Hong came back to his senses. He looked at the lady in red standing by the bed and secretly sized her up. This is the ghost, Dr. Feng Jiu. Her red dress was dazzling. Her face was beautiful, and she had the aura of a superior. No matter how one looked at it, she was definitely not an ordinary person. "Ghost Doctor, forgive me for not being able to get up to greet you," he said apologetically. Feng Jiu smiled and gestured with her hand. "It's okay. Old Master Hong can just lie down." She walked to the bedside and sat on the chair that the housekeeper had brought over. She said to Old Master Hong, "Let me take a look at Old Master Hong." Hearing this, Old Master Hong said, "Thank you," and he reached out his hand. Feng Jiu reached out and placed her hands on the old man's skinny wrists. After carefully checking his pulse, she asked about his physical condition. After a while, she withdrew her hands and said, "Let me do the acupuncture for the old master again. Later, I'll prescribe some more medicine. She'll be fine after taking it for 2 days." Hearing this, Old Master Hong showed a grateful expression. This time, it's all thanks to the ghost doctor. If it weren't for her, I'm afraid my old bones would have to be like this. Feng Jiu just smiled. He took out a silver needle from the space and performed acupuncture on him again to dredge the blocked blood flow. After a while, she put away the silver needles and went back to the table to write down the prescription. At the same time, the Hong family members also came into the room. "Ghost Doctor, how is my father today?" he asked, looking at the ghost doctor who was writing a prescription on the table. "He's fine. This is the prescription. After picking the medicine, he'll be fine after drinking it for 2 days." Feng Jiu said, handing over the prescription she had written. Seeing this, Old Master Hong hurriedly took it with both hands. He said gratefully to Feng Jiu, "Thank you, Ghost Doctor. I've asked the kitchen to prepare some good food and wine. Please, Ghost Doctor." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Feng Jiu. "No need. I still have to go back to the City Lord's manor to arrange some things. I won't be staying here for long. At most, I'll be leaving in 1 or 2 days." Chapter 28:29. Feng Jiu shook her head. "I still have matters to attend to. It's not suitable for me to stay for long." Seeing this, he did not urge her to stay, but said, "In that case, Ghost Doctor, please wait for a moment. I'll be back soon." As he spoke, he did not wait for Feng Jiu to say anything, and quickly walked out. Not long after, he returned with a space ring in his hand. He said, "Ghost Doctor, our Hong family has nothing else to thank you for. This is just a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it." Feng Jiu raised her eyebrows and glanced at the ring. Before she could speak, she heard Old Master Hong's voice from the bed behind her. "Ghost Doctor, this is just a small token of our appreciation. please don't refuse. Seeing this, Fengjiu nodded. In that case, I'll accept it. She took the space ring and stored it in her space. Patriarch Hong sent Fengjiu out of the residence and watched as she mounted her white horse and left before returning home. City Lord Yu, who had parked the carriage in an inconspicuous corner, saw Patriarch Hong enter and the woman in red riding a white horse leave, and only then did he have the coachman follow. After walking for a while, Lao Bai said, "Master, someone is following us." He swung his tail, feeling that the person following them was tired of living. "Amen, let's go. Go to a deserted place." Fengjiu said carelessly, too lazy to look back. Hearing her words, Lao Bai walked towards a deserted alley. When the carriage following them saw them enter the alley, the coachman said, "Patriarch, the woman in red rode her horse into the alley. All right, stop the carriage here. The rest of you, follow me in to take a look." Patriarch Yu said as he led a few guards into the alley. When he entered the alley, he saw the woman in red sitting on the white horse looking at him. Seeing this, he could not help but be startled. She knew that he was following her. "Who are you?" Patriarch Yu asked in a low voice, and his aura swept towards Fengjiu. Fengjiu, who was sitting on the horse, looked at him calmly. "I should be the one asking you that. I'm the head of the Yu family in the city." He was slightly surprised. Was this woman not afraid of his aura? Just how strong was she? "Oh, so it's the patriarch of the Yu family." Fengjiu nodded, his clear eyes falling on him, his eyebrows slightly raised as he asked, "As the head of a family, why are you involved in shady business?" "Patriarch Yu has followed me all the way and even followed me into the alley. What are you trying to do?" Hearing this, Patriarch Yu couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. As the head of a family, he had been discovered following someone. Now, he was being criticized in such a manner. He felt anger boiling in his chest, and his aura fluctuated violently. You witch! How rude!" He angrily glared at the guards behind him and shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Teach her a lesson." Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled and said, "Patriarch Yu, you're sick. Your temper is fatal. You're the one who's sick." Patriarch Yu was so angry that the anger in his heart attacked his heart. He could only feel the anger in his body churning. He angrily pointed at Fengjiu and shouted, hurry up, and Before he could finish his words, his mouth crooked and his words became muffled. Then half of his body trembled and his body stiffened, and he fell to the ground. Chapter 28:30. Patriarch, what's wrong with you?" The guards called out to him anxiously, but they only saw him staring at them with bloodshot eyes and mumbling, "Ah." Seeing this, Fengjiu smiled. "Why aren't you sending your patriarch back? It'll be troublesome if you're late." Hearing this, the guards couldn't care less about her and hurriedly sent their patriarch back to the residence. Lao Bai was stunned and asked, "Master, why is his mouth crooked? Did he talk too much?" Fengjiu patted his head and smiled. "Yes, he talks too much and has a bad temper. That's why it's good to cultivate one's heart and temperament. Only by cultivating one's heart and temperament can one's temperament be nurtured. Let's go. Let's go back to the city lord's residence." "All right," Lao Bai replied, and only then did he lead her towards the city lord's mansion. After entering the city lord's residence, she first returned to the courtyard and asked someone to find a few elders. They entered the courtyard and saw Fengjiu sitting at the stone table drinking tea. They walked forward and called out, "Ghost Doctor." She had been here for a few days, and they knew that she was called Ghost Doctor. However, they still didn't know where she came from. "Has everything been arranged?" Fengjiu looked at them and asked. "Don't worry, Ghost Doctor. We've already sent the invitation to the big families. They'll come tomorrow," one of the elders said and then paused. "We've already arranged for the Hao family to leave." They discussed for a while in the courtyard and left after handing over the matters. Fengjiu also went into his room to cultivate until the next morning. Early in the morning, the few patriarchs in the city were invited and entered the residence one after another. On this day, the Hong family's old master and Patriarch Hong also arrived at the city lord's residence early. When everyone sat in the hall, they realized that the most bad-tempered Patriarch Yu hadn't arrived yet. "Why isn't Patriarch Yu here yet? I thought he would be the first to arrive." Yes. Why isn't he here yet? Yesterday, Patriarchy was still guarding outside the Hong residence and refused to leave. I wonder what happened after that. Could it be that you already knew what was going to happen here, so you didn't plan to come? The few of them laughed and chatted. Just as they were talking, they saw someone pushing a wheelchair over. When they saw the person in the wheelchair, they couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't this Patriarch you? Why are you in a wheelchair? Your mouth is crooked too. Why is half of your body shaking? The few people in the hall looked on in astonishment. It had only been a day. How could it have become like this? After Patriarchy was pushed into the room, his gaze swept across the people inside, but he didn't see the woman in red. Thus, he opened his crooked mouth and asked in a muffled voice, Where is that woman in red? He's not here yet. Patriarchy, what's wrong with you? One of the patriarchs asked in surprise. Patriarchy widened his eyes and seemed to want to say something, but his crooked mouth wasn't easy to speak. He just took a deep breath and didn't speak again. My family's patriarch met that woman in red in the alley yesterday. He was so angered by her that his mouth was crooked and half of his body was paralyzed. Yesterday, the doctor in the manor came to see him. After treatment, he could barely speak. A guard said as he stood respectfully behind Patriarchy. Chapter 28:31. Not long after, Fengjiu, dressed in red, walked in with a few elders following behind him. As the crowd watched them enter, their gazes naturally fell on the beautiful woman in red. This was the woman in red? She was so beautiful. Just as they were thinking, they saw the woman in red sitting on the main seat in the hall. Everyone's eyes flickered when they saw where she sat. The elder stood on Fengjiu's left and right. They looked at everyone in the hall and said, I've called everyone here today because I have something to announce. As the elder spoke, his gaze swept past everyone before landing on the Hong clan's father and son. He continued, The city lord has abdicated his position. After our discussion, we have decided to elect a successor to the city lord position. This person is the Hong clan's clan leader. Everyone widened their eyes in shock when they heard this. They looked at the elder who spoke, as well as Hong clan's father and son, who were unperturbed and unfazed. Let Hong clan's patriarch succeed the city lord? That's right. The elder nodded. In the future, before he could finish, he was interrupted by one of them. Who was the one who picked them out? I want to know. All the people from the various aristocratic families in the city are so outstanding. How can Hong clan's patriarch succeed the city lord? I hope there's an explanation that can convince us. The elder glanced at the patriarch, and then he gazed at Fengjiu and continued, This isn't a discussion, and it's a notification of our decision. I think that it shouldn't concern you at all who the members of our city governor's estate elects to become the city governor, right? Hearing this, the patriarch frowned and said in a deep voice, Is it unrelated? There are so many people who are more outstanding than him. Why him? Also, who is this woman in red? Could it be that you chose Hong clan's patriarch to succeed the city lord because of this woman in red? His sharp gaze landed on Fengjiu. His gaze was as sharp as a knife and carried an inquisitive look. What ability did this woman have? How could you make them listen to her? That's where you're wrong. Does our city lord's mansion need your approval to choose someone? The great elder sneered. Like I said, I invited you all here today to inform you, not to listen to your opinions. Hearing these words, the family head only felt anger in his heart. Although he was not convinced, if the city lord's mansion and the Hong family's forces were to join forces, they had no choice but to be wary. Compared to the family head, the other family heads were focused on the woman in red. Seeing her sitting quietly and drinking tea, they didn't pay attention to the family head's words. They couldn't help but secretly size her up. This woman's strength was unfathomable, and her bearing was extraordinary. Why would such a person suddenly intervene in the affairs of this city? He really couldn't understand. However, other than the people from the city lord's mansion and the Hong clan, no one else knew about this. We've been sitting here for so long, but we still don't know how to address this lady. One of the family heads asked as he looked at Fengjiu, who was drinking tea. Hearing this, the elder and family head Hong both glanced at Fengjiu. Fengjiu looked up at the family head and said with a smile, Ghost Doctor. Ghost Doctor? Chapter 28:32. That patriarch you spoke in agitation and nervousness. Because he spoke too quickly, his voice was not clear. He waved one hand and pointed at Fengjiu, wanting to say something, but in the end, he was too anxious to say anything. The guard knew what the woman in red had said at that time, and what the patriarch had said after the treatment. So when he saw the patriarch shouting there, he said, "Ghost Doctor, our patriarch would like you to treat his illness. As long as you cure our patriarch's illness, our Yu family will definitely reward you handsomely." Yes, yes, yes. Patriarch Yu hurriedly nodded and looked at Fengjiu, looking at her with hope. When he went back, he remembered that she said he was sick. Today, when he saw that the Hong family's patriarch had woken up from his coma, how could he not know that this woman in red was a doctor? Now, he only hoped that she could cure his illness and let him recover to his original state. When the others heard this, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Did something happen to Patriarch Yu yesterday that they didn't know about? Yesterday, he seemed to have been waiting for this woman in red at the Hong family. Did something happen later that they didn't know about? This won't be easy, Fengjiu said carelessly, glancing at him and saying with a faint smile, "Patriarch Yu's illness is caused by the heat of the heart attacking his heart, causing his blood vessels to be blocked. To put it bluntly, it's a mild stroke. If this isn't treated well, his mouth will always be crooked like this, half of his body will be weak, and his movements will be hindered." Patriarch Yu panicked when he heard this. He crooked his mouth and called out vaguely, "Ghost Doctor, all right, you guys can chat. I'll return to the courtyard first." Fengjiu said, leaving the matter to them to discuss among themselves. Patriarch Yu panicked when he saw Fengjiu leave just like that. Seeing that his pleading was useless, he couldn't help but look at Patriarch Hong. Hong. He pushed his wheelchair forward with one hand, hoping that Patriarch Hong could help him. Seeing this, Patriarch Hong glanced at his father. Finally, he said, "I can help you put in a good word, but whether the ghost doctor is willing to help, we can't guarantee that." Thank you. Patriarch Yu heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing this scene, the eyes of several people in the hall flashed slightly. After sitting for a while, they got up and said their goodbyes. The other patriarchs left first, while Patriarch Yu stayed behind. Patriarch Hong and his son went to Fengjiu's courtyard. When the two of them arrived at the courtyard, they saw her sitting there. The father and son looked at each other and walked in. "Ghost Doctor." "Yes." Fengjiu was flipping through a book in his hand. He only responded faintly and did not look at them. "Ghost Doctor, I wonder if you could take a look at Patriarch Yu? If he continues to be like this in the future, I'm afraid that the Yu family will be in chaos." Fengjiu smiled. He put down the book in his hand and looked at the two of them. "Let him come over." Hearing this, the Hong family's father and son were slightly surprised, but soon understood. The ghost doctor wanted family head Yu to owe their Hong family a favor. Thinking of this, the two of them couldn't help but feel grateful. They bowed deeply to her. "Thank you, ghost doctor." They didn't expect that she would think of such leeway for them. As it turned out, she had already agreed to treat Patriarch Yu long ago. She didn't agree on the spot, but gave this favor to them so that they would have the support of the Yu family in the future. Chapter 28:33. With Fengjiu's permission, they brought Patriarch Yu over and watched her treat him in the courtyard. In the evening, when Patriarch Yu was sent back, his mouth was no longer crooked, but he still couldn't control half of his body. He was already very grateful because he heard the ghost doctor say that he would recover after half a month of recuperation. How could he not be excited by such a result? After he returned to the residence, he sent someone to deliver gifts of thanks. Fengjiu accepted them without any hesitation. That day, the Hong family arranged for an auspicious day to stay in the city lord's residence. The city lord's residence also released the news that the city lord had changed hands and was now Patriarch Yu of the Hong family. When this news was released, everyone in the city couldn't help but cheer. It could only be said that the Hong family had won the hearts of the people in the city, and it was also expected that they would become the city lord. The next day, when the Hong family came to Fengjiu's courtyard again, they found that the white horse and her had disappeared at the same time in the Peach Blossom Cove of the former Phoenix dynasty, A red figure strolled through the peach blossom forest like a fairy that had fallen into the mortal world. A gentle breeze brushed past her face, causing peach blossoms to fall. Her red dress gently swayed as she walked, blooming into beautiful flowers. They were like ripples on water, spreading out in circles. It was truly beautiful. She hadn't returned since she left. Now that she looked at this place again, she felt that nothing had changed. She sighed in her heart and felt a mix of emotions. Just as she was walking through the peach blossom forest, she faintly heard a familiar voice. This place is Xiao Jio's Peach Blossom Cove. She used to stay here often. It's rare for you to come back, so take a good look. Guan Xilin's voice sounded in the peach blossom forest. When she heard this voice, Feng Jiu was slightly surprised, then smiled. So it was her brother? Did he bring Feng Yi and the others here to play? As she thought this, she restrained her aura and followed the voice. When she came to a peach blossom forest, she saw that they were indeed there. She saw her brother standing under a tree, while Feng Yi and Zhao Yang were sitting on a peach tree, swinging their legs. She smiled and hid her figure well. She picked a peach blossom and flew it towards Feng Yi. Guan Xilin under the tree saw this and immediately shouted, "Who's there?" At the same time, he reached out his hand to block the peach blossom. Seeing this, the smile on Feng Jiu's face deepened. She shot a few more peach blossoms, and this time, not only attacked Feng Yi and Zhao Yang, but also Guan Xilin. Guan Xilin blocked some of the peach blossoms. Seeing that the peach blossoms were not fierce and did not have any murderous intent, he was puzzled. He took a step back and saw that the peach blossoms were only attacking Feng Yi and the young man. It was more like the peach blossoms were toying with them than attacking them. SSD, SSSSS, SSSSS. Was it little 9? Xiao Jio's here? This girl's not here, but hiding in the dark to tease us. He shook his head inwardly. Feng Jiu leaned out and waved at him. At this time, Feng Yi and Zhao Yang shouted, "Who dares to sneak up on us?" The two jumped down from the peach tree and dodged until the peach blossoms stopped flying. Then they saw the red figure coming out from behind the peach tree. Chapter 28:34. Feng Jiu felt goosebumps rise on his arms when he heard the words little niece. It was such a loss to be called little niece by a kid so much younger than him. Sister Feng. Zhao Yang was also very happy to see her. He jogged to her side and greeted her. Feng Jiu reached out and patted his head. Yang, you've trained well. Continue to work hard." Yes. Zhao Yang smiled happily and nodded in response. "Xiao Jio, when did you arrive? Are you alone? Didn't Mose and the others come?" Guan Xilin asked. "No, I didn't come with them," Feng Jiu said. His heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He asked, "But what happened after we left? Did you go up the Immortal Ascension stairs?" "Yes, I'll tell you more about it later. Right now, it's hard to explain in a few words." She smiled. "I just arrived here. When I heard your voices, I knew you were here." "Yes. I wanted to bring them here to take a look and send them back in a few days," Guan Xilin said, then added, "Grandpa and the others were very happy to see Feng Yi and Zhao Yang come back." Feng Jiu nodded when he heard this. "It's good that you've met them. Xiao Jiu, let's go home together. If my parents know that you're back, they'll be very happy. Oh, and my brother and sister-in-law too." He winked and said with a smile, "Little brat." Feng Jiu knocked his head lightly. "I'm your little uncle." Feng Yi protested. "Yes, little uncle. Let's go. Let's go home." She reached out and pinched his pink cheeks. She held his hand and looked at Guan Xilin. "Brother, where's Yi Jing?" "She went home," Guan Xilin said. Feng Jiu nodded. "It's good to go back. At least it's safer. But when do you plan to marry her?" "This." He smiled, seemingly a little embarrassed. "I was thinking of asking my adoptive parents to arrange it for me, but I don't seem to have the time recently." "Then let's find a time to do it. Don't let Yi Jing wait too long," she said with a smile. "Yes, I know." He nodded. This was also the reason why he came back this time. They left Peach Blossom Cove and sat in a carriage that had stopped at the foot of the mountain. The group then headed towards the Feng Manor. When the carriage stopped in front of the mansion's gate, Feng Jiu alighted from the carriage. The gatekeeper couldn't help but stare blankly and immediately dashed inside to report. "Eldest Miss is back." Young Miss is back. When the people in the residence heard this, they couldn't help but be surprised. After hearing the news, they quickly reported it to the various courtyards. Who? Little Feng? You're saying that Little Feng is back? When Feng Sanyuan heard this news, he couldn't help but be delighted. Quickly, let's go take a look. Sushi also stood up and walked forward with him. In another courtyard, after Feng Xiao heard the news, he was a little incredulous. Xiao Jiao is back? Shangguan Wanru, who was embroidering to pass the time, couldn't help but stab herself with a needle in her hand. She stood up in surprise. Xiao Jiao? Xiao Jiao is really back? Madam, let's quickly go take a look. This girl hasn't been back for a long time. I don't know how she is now. As Feng Xiao spoke, he led her outside. Seeing that she was walking faster than him, Feng Xiao couldn't help but smile. Madam, don't worry. You'll see her. Chapter 2835. Xiao Jiao, Little Feng. Voices of pleasant surprise rang out in unison from the mouths of several people. Feng Jiao only saw a figure flash in front of her. Her mother came to her side and hugged her. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Shangguan Wanru cried tears of joy. Seeing that her daughter was back, her heart that had been worried about her finally relaxed. Mother, Feng Jiao called out, taking a step back and coming out her arms. I came back to see you. Good, good, good. Feng Xiao nodded and patted her shoulder. Father, Feng Jiao called out sweetly, then looked at the two people at the side. Grandfather, grandmother, she called out. Looking at their faces, she smiled. Grandfather, you're almost younger than my father. Your complexion is also good. That's also because of the pills you left behind, Feng Sanyuan said with a smile. All right, don't just stand here. Let's go inside and sit. He gestured for everyone to enter the hall. Feng Jiao followed them in. After sitting down, Feng Sanyuan asked, Why are you the only one back? Where are the others? Actually, it's like this. I came from overseas using the Auroric transmission scroll. Moze and the others should be on their way. Overseas? Why did you go overseas? After I came back from Penglai Immortal Island, I was watched again. Those people used a spatial array to bring me overseas. Later, I escaped and came back first. She spoke in a few words, but their hearts were slightly raised. The danger was something they could not estimate. Xiao Jiao, why don't you come back home? Don't go out again. You're outside alone. We're all worried about you, Feng Xiao said with a frown. Hearing this, Feng Jiao smiled slightly. Actually, I came back this time because I have something to tell you. She looked at them and said, Moze and I have already discussed it. We plan to go to the Celestial Ascension Stairs and cultivate behind the Profound Light Gate. We don't know how long it will take for us to return, so we decided to come back and take a look first. We're here to inform you. Hearing this, everyone was slightly surprised and asked worriedly, Is that place dangerous? Half and half, Feng Jiao said. Then how many people do you plan to bring? Why do you have to take the risk in such a dangerous place? Feng Xiao looked at her and was worried. I only plan to bring 8 people over. That's right, I picked up a child some time ago. I plan to raise the child over there. Actually, Mose and I are already considered strong over here, but there are many people over there who are stronger than us. We all want to increase our own strength. Also, I can't be with you. She smiled slightly. If I were to be with you, the danger you'll face will increase by dozens. I have many enemies, but their target is only me. Now that you're living here, it can be considered peaceful. I don't want to break the peace here. But you? Feng Sanyuan looked at her hesitantly. Chapter 2836. Seeing this, Guan Shilin nodded. I know, I still need to improve my strength. All right, Dad, Mom. Find a time to help brother get married. She looked at her parents sitting at the side and said, Okay, we'll arrange this. They nodded and asked with a smile, What about your marriage with Mose? When do you plan to get married? Hearing this, Feng Jiao smiled and said, We're not in a hurry. We'll take it slow. They chatted in the hall for a while, then let Feng Jiao go back to rest first. Returning to the courtyard, she looked at the place that hadn't changed and smiled. It feels like I haven't been back for a long time, but this place is still the same. The decorations haven't been touched. It's still the same style as before. There's someone cleaning the courtyard every day. You can move in at any time. Feng Xiao walked with his hands behind his back and said, "It's rare for you to come back. You should stay for a few more days this time." "Okay," Feng Jiu replied, and went into the room to look around before coming out again. "Dad, are you all doing well here? Don't worry. Don't worry about us. We're fine here." He smiled. "We don't have a country here now, so we're free in all aspects. Other countries don't dare to be presumptuous towards us here, so we've always lived in peace. Moreover, although there's no country here, the people around here, so no one from other places dares to have any ideas about us here." "That's good." She nodded in relief. "Don't you plan to let everyone know that you're back this time?" He asked. "Yes, don't spread the news of my return, so that those people don't come looking for trouble." Feng Jiu said, "I understand. I'll make the arrangements." As he spoke, he gestured for her to sit down and smiled. "Your mother went to the kitchen to make some food for you. You can sit for a while and rest after you eat." "Okay," she replied with a smile as she said, "I'll let Lao Bai and the others out. It's been a long time since you've seen them." With a flick of her sleeve, Lao Bai and the others were released, and they walked around the courtyard happily. Another white tiger cub?" Feng Xiao looked at the white tiger cub that was rubbing against her daughter's feet and was a little surprised. "Yes, I picked it up." She smiled. "There's still a silver wolf that I haven't contracted yet. You should have followed Mose here." "That's good. You have these contracted beasts by your side, so you don't have to worry about having fewer people in battle." He laughed heartily and reached out to pat little white tiger's head. Seeing that it was its master's father, the little white tiger obediently lowered its head and closed its eyes comfortably, allowing him to stroke it. Not long after, Shangwan Wanru came in with something. "Xiao Jiu, I made some food for you. Try it." She walked forward with a smile, put down the tray, and took out the bowl on the tray and placed it in front of Feng Jiu. Feng Jiu opened the lid and saw that it was a bowl of hot noodles with many ingredients. Smelling the fragrance, she couldn't help but smile happily. "Thank you, Enchanting. Eat it while it's hot." Shangwan Wanru sat down beside her and handed her a pair of chopsticks, looking gently at the satisfied expression on her face. This child is just a bowl of noodles, but she's so happy. Thinking that no one would make such a simple thing for her outside, she couldn't help but feel sour. Chapter 28:37. "Mother, you're so good at cooking," Feng Jiu said as he ate the noodles. He didn't know if it was because he was hungry or something else, but the noodles tasted delicious. Shangwan Wanru's eyes reddened when she heard this. "Silly child, you like it. I'll cook for you every day." "Okay," she replied with a smile and continued eating. She only put down her chopsticks when she finished the big bowl of noodles. "Phew, I'm so full," she said as she touched her stomach. Seeing this, Feng Xiao and Shangwan Wanru couldn't help but shake their heads and smile. At this moment, a few contracted beasts also gathered around. "Master, we're hungry too," Lao Bai said as he wagged his tail. "How about this? Xiao Jiu, you rest well. I'll bring them to the front," Feng Xiao said as he stood up with a smile. Shangwan Wanru also stood up and put the bowl back on the tray. "Rest well. You can relax at home and don't have to worry about danger." "Okay, I know." She nodded and stood up to send them out before returning to the courtyard. Walking in the courtyard, she touched her stomach. She didn't go back to her room to rest, but went to the back of the mountain instead. She heard them say that the fire phoenix was cultivating in the cave at the back of the mountain and didn't know that she was back yet. Now that she was full, she wanted to take a look at it. When she came to the cave at the back of the mountain and walked past the array, she smiled when she saw the array with the boundary. It seemed that even if she wasn't by its side, it was still cultivating consciously. The fire phoenix, who was cultivating in the cave, felt a familiar aura. It was stunned and opened its eyes. It immediately restrained its aura and flapped its wings to fly out of the cave. When it saw the dazzling red figure about to turn and leave, it couldn't help but call out excitedly, "Master!" Then it flew towards Feng Jiu. Feng Jiu heard the sound and turned around to see the fire phoenix flapping its wings and flying towards her. She smiled and reached out to hug it. "I saw that you were cultivating, so I didn't want to disturb you." Master, you've finally come," the fire phoenix said excitedly. Suddenly, it heard a clucking sound. It turned around and saw a green-furred bird running towards it on the grass, flapping its wings and clucking. Master! Master! He! Master! Feng Jiu was slightly surprised. Looking at Green Hair who was running towards them, he couldn't help but be startled. Ah, it's a green feathered chicken. She had almost forgotten that there was such a green feathered chicken. When the fire phoenix heard Green Hair's voice, it immediately came out of Feng Jiu's arms. With a flap of its wings, a gust of wind blew Green Hair away. Ha ha, master. Seeing this, Feng Jiu couldn't help but smile. All right, stop fooling around. Since we're all out, I'll bring you to the front. Lao Bai and the others are all in the residence. She waved her hand and led the Fire Phoenix and Green Hair into the residence to meet with Lao Bai and the others. However, Green Hair kept clinging to her side and didn't go far. Instead, wherever she went, it clucked behind her and called for its master. Feng Jiu let the other contracted beasts gather while she returned to the courtyard to take a bath and lay down to rest. She didn't wake up until the next day. At the same time, she didn't know that Mose had already entered the territory of the Phoenix dynasty with the child and Lung Shuang and the others. They were on a flying ship and were heading towards the city. Chapter 28:38. Had she already escaped danger and returned home? Thinking of this, he looked ahead worriedly. His heart was nervous, worried that he wouldn't see her there. Lung Shuang, Lung Hua, and the others sat on the side, looking at Mose, who was carrying the child, looking ahead. The siblings looked at each other. Then Lung Hua stepped forward and said, Yama Lord, we should arrive in an hour. Should we enter the city directly? Or should we park the spaceship outside the city? Let's enter the city directly, he said in a deep voice. Okay. Lung Hua responded and returned to where they were. Bai Qingqing looked in front of her and was slightly startled. Was this the place where Master grew up? She never thought that she would one day come to the place where Master grew up. She never thought that Master would pick her out of so many outstanding and loyal subordinates and bring her to another world. When she heard the news, she was shocked and touched. At the same time, she secretly made up her mind that in this life, no matter how great her achievements were in the future, Master would always be her master. The little guy in Moses' arms waved his little hands, and his delicate pink little face broke into a giggle. The child's innocent face and laughter made Xinyuan Moses' tense heart gradually relax. He teased the child in his arms and said, I'll take you to see your mother. Your mother is waiting for us at home. The little thing waved his hands and laughed excitedly, saliva flowing out of his mouth. Seeing this, Moses' lips curled up and he said to Lung Shuang, Carry Howard down and feed him. Yes. Lung Shuang stepped forward and took the child. He stood up and walked to the front of the spaceship with his hands behind his back. He watched the white clouds pass by, and a bustling scene appeared before his eyes. At this moment, Feng Jiu was washing up and getting up. After breakfast, she went to the alchemy room to refine pills. The contract beasts were all wandering around the residence. Even the Fire Phoenix was flying around happily, because its master had returned. Once its master returned, it didn't want to return to the cave to cultivate. The mansion was filled with joy because everyone had gathered. Old Master Feng and the others were discussing the betrothal gifts for Guan Shilin's marriage proposal. Suddenly, a loud noise that hadn't been heard in a long time resounded in the mansion. Bang! When they heard this voice, everyone in the mansion was stunned. What's going on? Could it be that someone had attacked their residence? When they thought of this, they quickly rushed towards the source of the sound. When they arrived at the alchemy courtyard, their worried hearts finally relaxed. So it's Xiao Jiu who's refining pills. This girl can scare people to death just by refining pills. I haven't heard the sound of a furnace exploding for a long time. I'm really not used to it. Feng Xiao laughed heartily. He looked at the figure who was coughing as he walked out of the alchemy room. Then he said to the people behind him, Disperse, disperse. Don't disturb her refining. Feng Xiao said as he walked back. Thus, after a while, the people who had followed the sound dispersed. Cough, cough. Feng Jiu covered her mouth and nose as she coughed lightly. She used her sleeves to disperse the smoke in the air. She looked at the destroyed furnace and thought for a moment. Then, she took out the furnace that she usually refined from her space. Chapter 28:39. Just as she was engrossed in refining pills, the appearance of the flying boat caused a commotion in the city, especially when the flying boat landed in front of the Foam Manor's gates. People could not help but wonder, who has come this time? Could it be the Foam Manor's eldest young miss? A few people gathered around out of curiosity. However, when they saw the people that had come out of the flying boat, they could not help but be startled. Of those people, they recognized some and did not recognize some, but they were certain that the Foam Manor's eldest young miss was not among them. That was to say, the Foam Manor's eldest young miss had not returned. Hearing the commotion outside, the Manor's people also came out to take a look, especially Feng Zhao's group. Hearing that a flying boat had arrived, they thought that Xianyuan Mo's group had come. They immediately went outside to take a look, and sure enough, they saw them. "Ha-ha, Mose! You've come. Quickly come in, come in." Feng Zhao laughed loudly and invited him in. Xianyuan Mose slightly nodded and called out, then followed him inside. When they arrived in the hall and sat down, he asked, "Uncle Xiao, has Xiao Jiu returned?" "Ha ha ha! She's back, she's back. She arrived before you. You don't need to worry. She's doing very well." Feng Zhao laughed heartily. Seeing him heave a sigh of relief, she said, "Little Jiu came back and asked if you had arrived. I asked her why you didn't come together. She said that there was an accident, but you don't have to worry. She came back without any injuries." This girl, as soon as she came back, she went straight to the pill room to refine pills. Just now, she even blew up a pill furnace. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose finally revealed a smile. His anxious heart finally relaxed. It's good that she's back. Hui Lang, who was standing behind him, also cracked a smile and revealed a happy smile. "I just knew that the ghost doctor would definitely return. Master, it's good that we rushed over." "That's right. I heard that you picked up a child. Did you bring him over? We must see this little grandson of mine," he said with a laugh, and inquired about the child. "Yes, Lung Shuang is leading them. They might still be behind us." Xianyuan Mose gestured for Hui Lang to go out and take a look. Not long after, Hui Lang came back and reported, "Master, Master, little Master has been carried away by old Master. Madam and the others are all playing with little Master." Hearing this, Feng Zhao smiled and waved his hand. "It doesn't matter. It's the same if we go there." As he spoke, he turned to Xianyuan Mose and said, "Xiao Jiu is currently refining pills and hasn't come out yet. I reckon you won't be able to see him even if you want to. I'll take you to see Father and the others first. When Xiao Jiu finishes refining the pills, we'll have a good family gathering." "Okay." Xianyuan Mose stood up and followed him out. As they walked, Feng Zhao said, "We're discussing Shilin's marriage. We're preparing to pick a time to go to the Yi family to send the betrothal gifts. The youngsters said that they should get this marriage done as soon as possible and marry Yi Jing." Feng Zhao looked at Xianyuan Mose as he walked and smiled. "I asked Xiao Jiu. She said that you guys aren't in a hurry. What do you think? Are you really not in a hurry?" Chapter 28:40. Hearing this, Feng Zhao was slightly taken aback. She looked at him deeply and nodded. "I understand. We'll do as you youngsters say." The two of them went to the backyard. After greeting everyone, Xianyuan Mose went to wait outside the alchemy room. Although he knew that she had returned safely, he still wanted to see her with his own eyes. At this moment, Luo Yu and the others had already brought by Qing Cheng, Du Fan, and the others to tour the manor. When they walked over, they happened to see Xianyuan Mose waiting there, so they all bowed. "Ya, my lord." Xianyuan Mose glanced at them and replied calmly, The few of them tactfully retreated, not wanting to disturb him. After walking for a while, Luo Yu said, "It's rare for you to come here. Let me take you out for a walk. We haven't seen Master since we came here. Is it okay to leave the residence like this?" Bai Qing Cheng asked hesitantly. "It's okay. Master isn't the kind of person to be harsh on his subordinates. Besides, Yama Lord is waiting for Master. Even if Master comes out, we probably won't be able to see him for a while. Why don't we go out for a walk first?" Luo Yu laughed loudly and said, "Ever since I left with Master, I haven't been back for a long time. That's good. You're familiar with this place. You can take us for a walk." Du Fan said with a smile. He looked at the people around him and said, Lung Hua and Lung Shuang aren't here. Should we call them? Lung Shuang has to take care of Little Master. He probably won't go. Lung Hua, on the other hand, can ask him if he wants to go. All right, Hui Lang too. Thus, the few of them walked and chatted. When they reached the front yard, they found Lung Hua and Hui Lang, who was preparing to go to the backyard. Du Fan said, Luo, you said that he'll take us for a walk around the city. Do you want to go? Lung Hua smiled gently. I won't be going. I'm familiar with this city. You guys go ahead. I'll go. Although I've been here before, it's good to go out for a walk. Hui Lang grinned. Okay, then we'll go first. Luo Yu and the others said, nodding to Lung Hua and walking out. Seeing this, Lung Hua smiled and walked towards the backyard. They had suddenly returned. Although the residents had made preparations, he still wanted to take a look and help everyone make arrangements. Regardless of whether it was Luo Yu by Qing Sheng or Luo Yu, they were all extremely beautiful. Their temperament was even more extraordinary. When they walked on the street, many people turned to look at them. Some people felt that the more they looked at it, the more familiar it was to them. They began to discuss it in low voices. They seemed to be people from the Feng Manor. Those seem to be the captains of the Feng Manor's Feng Guards. I've seen them before. They follow the eldest young Miss Feng. A spaceship came today. Could it be that eldest Miss Feng is back too? I don't know. No one saw her. I heard that eldest Miss Feng is very powerful now. She's always been very powerful. Everyone discussed. Because the imperial system of the Phoenix Dynasty was already gone, to the people here, they were still the Phoenix Dynasty. Even if the Feng family was no longer the emperor, in the hearts of the people, the Feng family's position was still the same as the emperor. The only difference was that the title had changed. Speaking of which, it wasn't that it had changed. It was just that it seemed to have returned to the beginning. Feng Shao was the Feng family's head. Feng Sanyuan was still the Feng family's ancestor, and eldest Miss Feng was still the Feng family's eldest young miss. Chapter 2841. Luo Yu and the others were strolling around outside. Feng Sanyuan and the others were playing with the newly arrived little Hao heir in the manor. Xinyuan Mose was waiting for Fengjiu outside the alchemy courtyard in the backyard. Smelling the medicinal fragrance coming from the courtyard, Xinyuan Mose's lips curled up. Even if he couldn't see her, he knew that she was refining pills inside. This kind of feeling made him feel very at ease. It wasn't until the sky gradually darkened that the alchemy room quieted down. Fengjiu walked out in dirty casual clothes, but his face was filled with a happy smile. When she walked out of the courtyard and saw the figure sitting under the tree, she was slightly stunned. Mose? It's me, Xinyuan Mose replied. He stood up and walked towards her. How are you? Are you all right? It really is you. Fengjiu smiled happily and said, I'm very good. I already said that you don't need to worry about me. Right, when did you guys arrive? We arrived around noon. I heard from Uncle Shao that you were refining pills, so I waited here for you. He reached out to wipe away the pill dust on her face and said, seeing that you're fine, I'm relieved. Really? Why did you wait here for me for so long? Why didn't you go rest in the courtyard first? She held his hand and asked, Are you tired? I'm not tired. His lips curled up, revealing a smile. Let's go back to the courtyard. I've been refining pills in the alchemy room all day, and I'm covered in the medicinal smell. Let's go back and take a bath first before we talk. All right, he replied, and led her into the courtyard. Right, where's little Hao heir? Is he with Lung Shuang? Has he been obedient on the way here? Fengjiu asked as they walked. Xinyuan Mose nodded. He's been very obedient on the way here. Ever since we got here, he's been carried by your father and the others to play with. He's still in their hands now. It's been a long time since we've had such a small child at home, and they all like children. Now that they see how so cute, it's normal that they can't bear to part with him. Fengjiu smiled and said, My brother is preparing to get married. Today, I want to help him refine some pills and medicinal liquids so that he can go to the Yi clan as betrothal gifts. I heard Uncle Shao mention it. Although it's for your brother's marriage, you still have to take it easy. Don't refine pills for an entire day. Your body won't be able to take it. He reminded her worriedly. Yes, I know. She replied with a smile. Returning to the courtyard, Feng Jiu asked the maidservant to prepare hot water and soaked in the bathtub with the screen between them. In the inner room outside the screen, Xin Yuan Mose was resting on the bed with his eyes closed. As he listened to the sound of the shower, he asked, "How are you doing over there? Have you seen the Black Lotus Lord? How did you escape?" When he said this, he opened his eyes and turned his head slightly to look at the screen. He saw a faintly discernible figure with black hair hanging loosely over her shoulders. She was holding a handful of water in her hands and washing her body. That kind of hazy beauty made him unable to move his eyes away. Me? I didn't fall into his hands. If I did, it would probably take a lot of effort to escape from that kind of situation. Chapter 2842. You don't know. At that time, there was a group of black-clothed cultivators standing below. Those people were not weak, but she chuckled and said, "In the end, they were all killed by me. This Black Lotus Master didn't fight with me. But after losing those people, he's become a clawless tiger. If he wants to deal with me again, he will probably have to rearrange his forces." So, I escaped from that place before the Black Lotus Master returned. I wandered along the way for a few days and kicked down a city lord. Then, I thought that you should be arriving soon, so I used the Aurora teleportation scroll to return here. She spoke in the tub, and on the other side, Xin Yuan Mose listened on the bed. When he heard about what happened behind her, his heart gradually calmed down. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep in no time. When Feng Jiu came to the bedside after taking a bath and drying her hair, she saw that he was already asleep. Seeing this, she could not help but smile. She gently lay down on the bed and covered both of them with the blanket. Then, she leaned into his arms and closed her eyes to rest. She had been busy the whole day and used up a lot of spiritual power. Now, after taking a bath, she lay down on the bed and fell asleep not long after. When Feng Jiu woke up at around 7 in the morning, she saw that Xin Yuan Mose, who was sleeping next to her, was lying on his side and facing her. He was holding his head with one hand and looking at her. "You're awake?" Xin Yuan Mose's deep and magnetic voice rang out from his mouth. When he saw the dazed look on her face after she woke up, the corners of his lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. Even his deep black eyes were dyed with a doting smile. "Yes," Feng Jiu responded. She rubbed her eyes and looked at him again. She asked, "Why didn't you get up early in the morning? Why were you staring at me?" "Because you were drooling. I was wondering if I should wake you up," he said with a smile. "Ah." Feng Jiu was stunned. She reached out to wipe her mouth. As expected, she touched a trace of water. She could not help but feel embarrassed. "I'll go wash up." She jumped up and quickly got off the bed. Seeing this, Xin Yuan Mose laughed softly and shook his head. Just now, when she was sleeping soundly, her mouth was moving, mumbling something delicious, and she was even drooling. Seeing this, he was also stunned. If he was not so close to her, he would not have seen her in such a disgraceful state after she fell asleep. At this moment, he got up and got dressed. "Let's go out of the residence today. We haven't been in the city for a long time. What do you want to eat?" "I'll take you to eat, but I still have to prepare a betrothal gift for my brother." After washing up, Feng Jiu walked out and looked at Xin Yuan Mose, who was wearing a belt. After fastening the belt, Xin Yuan Mose said, "It's fine. His betrothal gift is not urgent. We can go out and look. If we see something good, we can buy it for him." Hearing this, Feng Jiu's eyes lit up. "That's a good idea. However, if we want to talk about treasures, then we'll have to go to the black market." "Yes, then let's go to the black market, or look in other countries. It's not very far from here. With our speed, we can go back and forth in a day." Xin Yuan Mo said and went to wash up. Chapter 2843. Seeing this, Xin Yuan Mose nodded. "Then let's go to the black market. By the way, I haven't seen Howie yet. Should I ask Lung Shuang to bring him over first?" "That's fine too. Ask Lung Shuang to bring him over. I'll change my clothes before I go out. I don't want to be surrounded and stared at like a monkey." Hearing this, Xin Yuan Mose looked down at himself. "Do I need to change?" Feng Jiu pursed his lips and smiled. "You don't need to. Just wear a mask. That's fine too." Xin Yuan Mose walked out and waited for Feng Jiu in the courtyard. At the same time, he called out, "Ing Yi, ask Ling Shuang to bring Howard over. Yes. He answered in the dark. His figure flashed, and he quickly left. Not long after, Ling Shuang came over with Howard in his arms. There were a few other people beside him. After they entered the courtyard, they bowed to Xinyuan Mose. "Yama Lord." Xinyuan Mose nodded slightly and glanced at them. When Fengjiu came out, he had changed into a green robe, and his face had changed into a handsome appearance. Compared to the dazzling red robe from before, he was much more low-key. "Master." They all bowed. "You guys, if you have nothing to do, bring Du Fan and the others to familiarize themselves with the mansion. There's nothing to do here recently, so you can relax." As Fengjiu spoke, he walked into the courtyard and said, "Say, and I are going out. Du Fan and Qingsheng, come with us." "Yes." The two answered respectfully. Hui Lang came in from outside and was about to speak when Yi pulled him aside. "Why are you pulling me?" Hui Lang asked discontentedly as he slapped his hand away. "Master is going out, and I'm going to go with him. Master and the ghost doctor will be accompanied by Du Fan and by Qingsheng. You don't have to be in the open anymore. Just stay in the dark like me." He said and glanced inside. "In the dark?" Hui Lang thought for a moment and glanced inside. Finally, he agreed. "Let's stay in the dark then." In the courtyard, Fengjiu was playing with the child. "Little Howard, come. Mother will give you a kiss." She took the child and kissed him. Xinyuan Mose's eyes moved slightly when he saw this. He felt that Xiao Jiu liked children very much. Ling Shuang. How can be handed over to the Manor's Annie Li. She can be considered an old member of our Feng Manor. It won't be too tiring to have her take care of you. Fengjiu said, "You just need to stay by Howard's side. Normally, nothing will happen." "Yes, master." Ling Shuang complied and took the child from her. "Then we'll be going out first. You can stay in the manor," Fengjiu said and patted Luo Yu's shoulder with a smile. She then left the courtyard with Xinyuan Mose. Behind them, Du Fan and Bai Qingsheng followed. After getting into the carriage, Fengjiu had the driver remove the Feng Manor's insignia from the carriage. Only then did they go to the main street and arrive at the black market. One of them had changed his appearance, while the other was wearing a mask. When they got out of the carriage, the people guarding the black market could not help but stare blankly. Although they couldn't see the face of the masked man, his aura was extremely outstanding and noble, making them have the urge to lower their heads. Chapter 28:44. Even though they often had visitors from other parts of the city, the aura of these people was different from the rest. Even the children of the aristocratic families were not as good as them. Seeing them enter the black market, the curious onlookers retracted their gazes. Those who could enter the black market were mostly people of status. After all, the items in the black market were not something ordinary people could afford. Once they entered, a middle-aged man walked out. He quickly walked up to them and bowed to them. He asked, "I'm a manager here. My surname is Kong. May I know what you would like?" At the same time, he secretly sized them up, feeling a little strange. "Do you have anything good here recently?" Fengjiu asked. Hearing this, Manager Kong asked, "May I know what kind of item you would like? It doesn't matter what kind it is. As long as it can be considered a treasure, we could take a look." "I see." He looked at Fengjiu hesitantly and asked, "Young master, you look very unfamiliar. May I know?" Before he could finish, he saw a black token being handed to him. He was stunned and quickly took a look. When he saw it, his hand trembled and the black token almost fell to the ground. He suppressed the shock in his heart, and his attitude instantly became extremely respectful. Please go upstairs. I will invite the president," he said in a trembling voice and led them to the VIP room upstairs. He instructed the servants to serve them well and then quickly rushed to the backyard of the black market to find the president. President, big brother. Manager Kong ran in like a gust of wind, shouting at the same time. The president here was of the same bloodline as him, and was also his elder brother with the same surname. It was also because of him that he was able to be transferred here to be a steward. In the backyard, the president was talking to two old men. When he heard the shouts outside, he could not help but frown and look up. He saw Manager Kong running in quickly. "What's going on? Why are you so flustered?" he said in a low voice. At the same time, He picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip of tea. President, that black token. That level 1 black token has appeared. What? The president's hand holding the teacup trembled and the tea spilled out. He looked at the manager in shock and asked, "Are you talking about the black token in the ghost doctor's hand?" Yes, yes. The manager quickly nodded. The two old men to the side were also shocked. They asked, "What's going on? Hurry up and make it clear." Just now, there were 4 people outside. One of them was wearing a black robe and a silver mask. His aura was very intimidating. One of them was wearing a white dress. Her face was very beautiful. One of them was holding a folding fan and looked like a scholar. The last one was wearing a green robe and took out a black token. They said that they were here to see a treasure. Any treasure would do. When I saw that black token, I hurriedly came to report. President, could this be the ghost doctor? Hearing his words, everyone began to ponder. Chairman Kong stood up and calmly said, "Logically speaking, since the ghost doctor has gone to the upper continents, she shouldn't come back often. However, a while ago, her adopted older brother brought the Feng family ancestor's youngest son back. Yesterday, a flying ship stopped in front of the Feng Manor's gate. If the ghost doctor came back, that would be normal." Chapter 2845. President, you should quickly go and take a look. If it's really that person, then you have to take good care of her. The 2 elders said in unison. "Understand. I'll go take a look." As the president spoke, he gestured for the steward to bring him to where the others were. At this moment, Feng Jiao and Xianyuan Mose were drinking tea, eating snacks, and chatting in the room, while Bai Qingsheng and Du Fan were guarding the door. "Let's go shopping on the streets after we're done. I haven't eaten the city's snacks in a long time," Feng Jiao said after eating a piece of cake. "Sure," Xianyuan Mose replied. Seeing that she was drinking tea, he said, "Don't drink tea on an empty stomach. If you're hungry, eat a few snacks to fill your stomach." "It's fine." She waved her hand carelessly. Not long after, a sound came from outside the door. Du Fan opened the door to let him in. The president came in with the manager. When he came in, he first looked at the man and woman guarding the door. Then, he walked in and looked at the 2 people sitting inside. He sized them up and then bowed respectfully. "Greetings to the 2 of you. I'm the president here, surnamed Kong. May I know if you're the ghost doctor?" he asked carefully. Hearing this, Feng Jiao's lips curled. "That's right, it's me. You were transferred here later?" After hearing the answer, President Kong felt a surge of excitement. He had long heard that the ghost doctor liked to dress up as a man, so the person in front of him was really her. He quickly gathered his thoughts and said respectfully, "Yes, the ghost doctor. After the previous president left, I was transferred here. Therefore, I haven't had the chance to meet the ghost doctor. I didn't expect to see you here today. I'm really lucky." Feng Jiao smiled and said, "I'm here today because my sworn brother is going to send betrothal gifts. I wanted to see if you have anything good here." Hearing this, President Kong quickly said, "I see. Since that's the case, please follow me to the storeroom to choose. There are many treasures in the storeroom." "All right." Feng Jiao and Xianyuan Mose stood up. They brought Du Fan and Bai Qingsheng with them and followed the president to the warehouse. It was an underground storeroom, and the shelves were filled with rare treasures. She said to Du Fan and Bai Qingsheng, "You 2 should take a look as well. See if there's anything suitable and write it down." "Yes." The 2 of them answered and helped to search. The few of them browsed through the storeroom for a while and asked the steward to note down the items that caught their eye. In the end, Feng Jiao asked, "Most of the items in the black market are auctioned off. If we buy these items in advance, will it affect us?" "Ghost Doctor, you don't have to worry. These are all from our black market," the president said. "That's good." She nodded and said to Du Fan, "You and Qing Chang settle the bill, then send the things back to the residence and hand them over to my mother for her to arrange." "Yes." The 2 of them replied and left with the steward. "President Kong, we won't stay any longer." Feng Jiao cupped his hands and said. Seeing this, President Kong said, "Then I'll send the ghost doctor and young master out." As he said this, he personally sent them out of the black market. He stood at the entrance and watched them leave before he turned around and went back. After the 2 of them left the black market, they came to a roadside food stall. Feng Jiao held Xianyuan Mo's hand and sat down. He then called for the old man at the stall to serve some snacks and sweet soup. Chapter 2846. Only you would like to eat from these stalls. I don't think a normal daughter of an aristocratic family would come here. Xianyuan Mose said as he took off the mask on his face and put it into his space. Then he drank a mouthful of sweet soup. For him, he didn't like sweet things, but Fengjiu seemed to like it very much. So you're saying that I'm an abnormal person? Fengjiu chuckled and said, I know you don't like to eat sweet things. How about this? I'll take you to find some good wine to drink later. Hearing this, the corners of his lips hooked up. Okay, do you want to go to Piao Xianyuan again? Fengjiu blinked and asked. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose raised his eyebrows. You want to take me there? Piao Xianyuan? What kind of place was that? That was a place where brothels frequented. In your dreams, she said with a smile. You have no fate with those places. Yes, I have you, and that's enough. He followed her words and looked at her smiling eyes. He couldn't help but reveal a smile and push the snacks in front of her. Eat this. Okay, Fengjiu replied and asked the old man to bring another bowl of sweet soup. Seeing that his bowl was still there, he said, Give me your bowl too. I'll take you to eat later. Okay. He moved the sweet soup in front of her and watched her eat with the spoon he used. He couldn't help but smile deeply. After Fengjiu finished eating, they went to the jewelry store and bought some things. Then they went to the wine shop to buy some wine and went to the restaurant to sit down. We've been walking around for half a day. Fengjiu held his face with one hand and said, Fortunately, I don't have to help with my brother's wedding. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to handle it. Uncle Xiao and the others can arrange it. They will be very thorough. Xianyuan Mose poured himself a glass of wine and said, It will be much easier to have someone familiar with the procedures to handle these matters. That's true. So when I got home, I told him to do it. I was responsible for preparing some betrothal gifts for my brother. However, it should be enough. There's no need to prepare too many pills and medicinal liquids. This wine is not bad. Do you want to try it? Xianyuan Mose poured a glass for her. Upon hearing this, Fengjiu's attention was instantly diverted. She raised her wine glass and said, Let me try it. As the wine entered his throat, the fragrance of bamboo leaves spread out in his throat. With just a light sip, he knew that this wine was extraordinary. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. Is this the clear bamboo wine that the shopkeeper recommended us to buy? Yeah, we didn't taste it just now, but I tasted it. I think it's not bad, so I bought the whole bucket from him. Xianyuan Mo said, This is not bad. Fengjiu said, and then said, I wonder what kind of wine my father will use for the wedding. Seeing that she was worried about the wine that Guan Shilin's guests would drink, Xianyuan Mose shook his head and said with a smile, That's simple. I'll get someone to prepare some good wine for them. Okay, then it's settled. I won't get involved in the wedding, she said with a smile and poured another glass of wine. She also filled half a glass for him and said, Come, let's have a good meal. Chapter 2847. I've already digested what I ate before, and now I'm hungry again. Fengjiu said as he picked up some food to eat, saying, You said you'd take me to eat everywhere today. This bit isn't enough. Hearing this, Xianyuan Mo smiled. All right, you eat. We'll walk around later, and we'll go eat at whichever restaurant we like. In the shadows, Hui Lang and Yi watched this scene. The latter was expressionless, as if he was already used to it, but the former asked in a low voice with some suspicion, Yi, the ghost doctor can eat so much, but how can she still maintain her figure so well? How could she not gain weight? Hearing this, and Yi's mouth twitched, How would I know? No wonder the ghost doctor wanted to take care of him. Look at this brain, who knew what she was thinking all day. None of the women I know can eat as much as the ghost doctor. Hui Lang muttered. They had been following her in the shadows the whole way, and had been watching the whole way. First, it was the tea from the black market, then the sweet soup and snack from the roadside stalls. Almost all of that had gone into the ghost doctor's stomach. Later on, she had bought some snacks along the way, and now she was sitting in a restaurant and eating them. Why was it that they had been following her the whole way and only saw her eating? As he spoke, Yi consciously retreated a bit. After a quarter of an hour, he heard Fengjiu's voice enter his ears. Hui Lang. Ah. Hui Lang instinctively responded, poking his head in from outside. Ghost Doctor, you're calling me? In, calling you, come. Feng Jiu said with a smile, waving at him. Seeing this, Hui Lang was happy and quickly walked in, grinning. Ghost Doctor, do you have any orders? I don't have any orders, but I saw that you haven't eaten anything since you came with us this morning, so I ordered something good for you. She supported her face with one hand and gestured with a smile. Come, sit. How can that be? How can I sit with Master and the Ghost Doctor? No. Hui Lang waved his hand and said, How about this? Ghost Doctor, what did you order for me? I carried it to the side to eat. Besides, he hadn't eaten yet. I asked him to join us. He grinned and thought to himself, I'm a good brother, right? Look, the Ghost Doctor gave him something to eat, but he was still thinking about Yi. Don't worry about him. He's just a block of wood. Besides, if he wants to eat, I'll get someone to prepare some for him. You can only eat this. Feng Jiu looked at him with a smile and said, This is one of the signature dishes that the waiter just recommended to us. I heard that it's very popular. We just tasted it and thought that it tastes good, so we specially ordered a portion for you. I see. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Ghost Doctor. He hurriedly thanked them and looked at the seafood prawns floating in red oil in front of them. He couldn't help but wonder, could it be this? Not long after, the waiter brought another set up and placed it on another table before leaving. Ghost Doctor, it shouldn't be this one, right? Grey Wolf asked as he pointed at the big basin of things on the table. His face was filled with astonishment. It's this one. Don't look at the large basin of things. It's mostly soup. Don't drink the soup. Just eat the meat. Feng Jiu said with a smile. Chapter 28:48. No buts. Try it. It's delicious. Feng Jiu said with a smile, gesturing for him to try it. Seeing this, Hui Lang picked up a prawn with his chopsticks. It was slightly spicy and tasted delicious. The prawn meat was plump and springy, and when he bit down, it had a crispy texture. This texture and spiciness spread in his mouth, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. It's so spicy, so crispy, so fragrant. From mildly spicy to extremely spicy, the spiciness seemed to change. After eating only one prawn, his forehead was already sweating. Although it was very spicy, the texture was really good, and he didn't want to stop eating, so he continued eating. Feng Jiu saw this and smiled, saying, Although it's delicious, if you really can't finish it, then don't eat too much. I can, this is delicious. Hui Lang said. Then, do you want another pot of wine? Feng Jiu asked. Thank you, Ghost Doctor. Hui Lang grinned and quickly thanked him. Thus, Feng Jiu asked someone to send him a pot of wine. Seeing him eat, he asked, Do you want rice? No need for rice. Hui Lang waved his hand and poured himself a cup of wine. Yi, who was in the dark, was a little surprised. Was it really that delicious? However, the chili water made him frown. If Hui Lang really ate that big pot of chili, he wouldn't be able to stand it. Xin Yuan Mose looked at Hui Lang eating and asked, Is he okay eating like that? It's okay, don't worry. At most, he'll have constipation. Feng Jiu smiled. By the time Hui Lang finished eating, it was already 15 minutes later. However, when he turned to look at the two of them, even the two of them who were very calm couldn't help but be stunned. Master, Ghost Doctor, what's wrong? Hui Lang asked. His face was slightly red because of the spicy food, but it was hard to tell because of his skin color. His lips were more than half swollen at this time, which made people unable to help but laugh. Feng Jiu stood up and poked her head out to take a look and was stunned again. She saw that the soup in the basin was also drunk by him. She stared at him and asked, Why did you drink the soup? Hui Lang swallowed his saliva and said, Ghost Doctor, you don't know, but that prawn was really fragrant. The soup was even fresher. I wanted to try it, but I couldn't help but drink it. Burp. He burped and rubbed his stomach. I'm so full. You ate too much. Seeing this, Feng Jiu's mouth twitched. Looking at his red and swollen lips, he asked, Your mouth doesn't feel anything? How do you feel? I don't feel anything. I've long been numb from the spicy food. As he spoke, he reached out to touch it and was stunned. Why does it feel different? Feng Jiu shook his head. With a turn of his hand, he took out a bottle of pills. He poured out one pill and handed it to him. Eat it. It clears the heat and detoxifies the poison. Thank you, Ghost Doctor. Hui Lang grinned. Let's go back. We've been out for a long time today. Feng Jiu looked at Xianyuan Mose and said, Xianyuan Mose responded. He looked at Hui Lang and helplessly shook his head. He walked away with Feng Jiu. He came out from the shadows and looked at Hui Lang. He couldn't help but laugh. You can walk back with his face. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward. Chapter 28:49. When the people in the residence saw Hui Lang return with a red and swollen mouth, they were all astonished and looked at him curiously. Luo Yu asked, Hui Lang, what happened to you? It's nothing. I drank too much soup and ended up like this, Hui Lang said as he quickly returned to his room. Everyone smiled and didn't ask any more questions. However, they didn't know that he would go to the latrine every day for the next few days in the rear courtyard. Feng Jiu went to her mother's place and told her about the things they had bought that day. Finally, after sitting with her family for a while, she returned to her room. After taking a bath, she lay on the bed and heard footsteps coming in. She took a look and saw that it was Xianyuan Mose. She said, My grandfather is willing to let you come back? I thought you would play chess with him the entire night. Xianyuan Mose's lips curved slightly. He took off his outer coat and poured himself a cup of water by the table. He said, I played 3 games in a row and lost all 3 games. Do you think the old master will keep me for the entire night? Tonight, my mother told me that my older brother has picked a date to send the betrothal gifts. He said that he will come to pick up the bride 3 days after the betrothal gifts are sent. I don't think anyone else can be as fast as him. Speaking of this, she smiled. Looking at how happy my older brother is tonight, it seems that he is also very happy. Marriage is a joyous occasion. Of course he is happy. After drinking the cup of water, Xianyuan Mose sat down by the bed and looked at her lying on the bed. He said, After he gets married, we should also leave. At that time, we can also send Feng Yi and the others back. Okay. She nodded in response and lay down a little to make room for him. I haven't bathed yet. You go to sleep first. He stood up but didn't lie down. Instead, he asked the servants to prepare a bath and went to take a bath first. Seeing this, Feng Jiu yawned, turned over, and fell asleep while hugging his blanket. In the following days, the Feng Manor did its best to arrange Guan Shilin's betrothal gifts. Everyone became busy. Some of the aristocratic families in the city also knew that Guan Shilin was about to get married. Thus, they all prepared gifts to congratulate him. Because the 2 places were too far apart, the Yi family also came to the Peach Blossom Dock after Feng Xiao accompanied Guan Shilin to deliver the betrothal gifts. This was what Yi Jing and Guan Shilin had discussed. They planned to get married in Peach Blossom Dock. On the day of the wedding, the Guan family, which was next door to the Feng Manor, was filled with red lanterns and a joyous atmosphere. As for the Guan family's ancestral home, after hearing the news, they all sat in the manor and sighed. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. If they had known this would happen, they would not have treated Guan Shilin like that. Otherwise, such an outstanding man would have been the pride of their Guan family. But now, no matter how outstanding he was, even if his surname was Guan, it had nothing to do with their Guan family. On the day of Guan Shilin and Yi Jing's wedding, they only invited a few close friends and family. There were not many outsiders. Even if quite a few people came from far away to congratulate them, they were unable to enter the Guan family's gates. After all, they were not normal people. They also needed to prevent others from taking advantage of this opportunity to cause trouble. Thus, everyone that entered the Guan family had to know their background. On this day, the phone guards also stood guard outside the Guan Manor. Even Luo Yu and the others, after drinking a cup of wine, stood guard outside the manor. It was because of this that nothing happened on this day. Instead, Guan Shilin and Yi Jing's wedding was happily completed. Chapter 28:50. As soon as he entered the room, his swaying footsteps stopped, and a smile appeared on his drunken face. He looked at the bride sitting by the bed, wearing a bridal gown and a red veil, and laughed foolishly. Big Brother Guan, why are you laughing foolishly? Hurry up and take off the veil. We want to see the bride. A crowd had gathered outside the door, and half of them had squeezed into the room. That's right, that's right. We want to see the bride, and we want to make a scene in the bridal room. Someone joined in the commotion. Guan Shilin, who was about to walk to the bed, came back to his senses. He turned around, looked behind him, and said in surprise, "Why haven't you left yet? We were afraid that you would be too drunk to enter the room. Who knew that you would act as if you didn't drink at all? Big brother Guan, are you pretending to be drunk?" Ha ha! Everyone laughed heartily as they looked at Guan Shilin's happy face. They were all happy for him. Hee hee, brothers, you've seen the bride, and we've made a scene in the bridal room. That's enough. Do you think it's easy for me to get married? Every minute of the night is worth 1,000 gold. Isn't it time to go to the front yard and drink? Guan Shilin laughed loudly, and his smiling eyes swept across the crowd. He couldn't help but have the urge to touch his forehead when he saw that they were surrounding him and didn't want to leave. Thus he called out, "Xiao Jiu, Xiao Jiu." A corner of the roof tile was lifted, and Feng Jiu poked his head out with a smile. "Brother, are you looking for me?" Guan Shilin was startled when he heard the voice. He looked up, and his eyes widened in shock. Why are you on my roof? Isn't today your and sister-in-law's wedding night? I wanted to eavesdrop, but there were too many people in the corner, so I had no choice but to come up here," Feng Jiu said innocently, blinking his eyes and looking at him with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Jing, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, couldn't help but lower her head. Her beautiful face flushed red with embarrassment. None of them were serious. Even Feng Jiu was like that. "Xiao Jiu, you can't do this to your brother. Hurry up and help me bring them to the front for a drink. I'll thank you properly later." Guan Shilin helplessly cupped his hands and asked for her help. Feng Jiu chuckled. "All right, since Big Brother has said so, then I have to help." She put the tile back and jumped to the ground. Today, she was wearing a green dress, which was also incomparably elegant. As soon as she arrived, the crowd below roared with laughter. Without needing her to say anything, they quickly retreated. "Brother Guan, a moment in the spring is worth 1,000 gold. We won't delay your wedding night. I wish you and sister-in-law a chubby baby next year." Haha, the crowd chatted as they walked out. Gradually, only the few of them were left in the bustling inner courtyard. Feng Jiu smiled and poked her head in. "Brother, sister-in-law, I'll be leaving too." She chuckled and walked out. Watching her leave, Guan Shilin breathed a sigh of relief. They're finally gone. These ancestors. He hurriedly closed and locked the door, closed the windows, and looked around before letting out a sigh of relief. Chapter 28:51. "Yes," Yi Jing replied in a small voice. She was a little nervous. Guan Shilin picked up the wedding rod and carefully lifted the red veil on her head. She sat on the edge of the bed and looked up at him shyly. His heart skipped a beat when he saw her, and he grinned foolishly. "Ah Jing, you're so beautiful." He quickly lifted the veil and said, "I'll help you take off the phoenix crown on your head." He carefully took off the phoenix crown on her head and placed it to the side. "Ah Jing, from today onwards, you're mine." He couldn't help but hold her hand. His heart was beating fast. From today onwards, he had a family. This family was different from his adoptive father's. She was his closest relative, and she was the one who would bear his children in the future. Looking at his fiery gaze, Yi Jing's delicate face flushed red. She lowered her eyes and said, "I'll go take a bath and change my clothes first. You can sit for a while." After saying that, she got up and went to the back of the screen. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Brother Guan." It was Leng Hua's gentle voice. "Coming." Guan Shilin stood up with a smile and went to open the door. "Brother Guan, here are the wedding noodles you wanted." He handed the tray to him. "Haha, Leng Hua, thank you." Guan Shilin took the tray with a smile. "You're welcome. I'll go back now. I wish Brother Guan and sister-in-law a happy marriage. I hope you have a child soon." He turned and left. Guan Shilin closed the door and sat down at the table with his things. When he heard the sound of water coming from behind the screen, he could not help but feel thirsty. He stretched his head slightly to look at the screen, only to see a blurry figure. However, this blurry figure made him feel as if there was a fire burning in his body. He hurriedly poured himself a cup of water and drank it. Only then did he feel the fire in his heart subside slightly. After waiting for a while, he saw the graceful figure behind the screen step out of the bathtub. Those long, slender legs, that slender waist that couldn't be held, and those towering peaks that drew a perfect arc in front of her chest. He couldn't help but think of the secret book that Luo Yu and the others had given him. Thinking of the scenes in the book and seeing the alluring figure behind the screen, he only knew that the fire he had suppressed with great difficulty was surging up again, and it was getting out of hand. But when he looked over, he saw the graceful figure standing behind the screen. She seemed to be holding a piece of clothing in her hand, but she didn't seem to know what to do. He couldn't help but ask, Jing, are you done? His voice was a little hoarser than usual. I'm almost done. Yi Jing was afraid that he would come in. But when she held the translucent and sexy piece of clothing in her hand, her pretty face flushed red. She was a little shy and nervous. Feng Jiu said that he had prepared clothes for her. So it was just this one piece of clothing? But this one, how was she going to wear it out? He had never seen a piece of clothing with so little fabric, and it looked so strange. He didn't know how she got it. Jing, Guan Shilin called out again, confused. Why was she standing there without moving? What's wrong? Guan Shilin stood up and walked over to the screen. Do you need my help? Chapter 2852. Guan Shilin was slightly startled, but he still responded. We walked to the closet and opened it. He couldn't help but be stunned. There are no clothes in here. This shouldn't be. Hearing this, Yi Jing couldn't help but touch her forehead. This Feng Jiu, she was right. No wonder he took away all the clothes in her space a day in advance. So this was the reason. Jing, there aren't any clothes behind the screen? Guan Shilin asked in confusion. Looking at the clothes in her hand, Yi Jing's face turned slightly red. She whispered, There are? Then wear them. Guan Shilin said. But these clothes. Clothes? Guan Shilin was startled. He asked, What's wrong with the clothes? Jing. Hearing his voice, she gritted her teeth and said, Wait a minute. I'll come out as soon as I'm done. She looked at the two small things in front of her, took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and put them on. After putting on the clothes, she looked down and couldn't help but feel even better. This simple thing was even more sinful than not wearing anything at all. There was a strange black undergarment on her chest that barely covered her chest. She was worried that the two thin strings would break at any moment. She also had a triangular pair of black pants on her lower body. The fabric was so thin that she didn't dare to look at it. This Feng Jiu, what on earth did he do? It wasn't a surprise. It was more like a shock. After putting on the two small pieces, she put on the almost transparent gauze. She looked down, gritted her teeth, and walked out of the screen with a red face. Guan Shilin was waiting outside the screen. Because he didn't dare to look at her beautiful figure, he stood with his back to the screen. Naturally, he didn't know what was going on behind him. When he heard the sound, he turned around to take a look. With one look, he could not help but be stunned. His breathing suddenly became hurried. A flame rose up from his body and rushed to a certain part of his lower body. Yi Jing, who had her head lowered and her face flushed red, inadvertently caught a glimpse of the change in his lower body. Her pretty face instantly turned as red as a cooked prawn. She said in a small voice, The clothes were prepared by Little Nine. Her hands unconsciously crossed in front of her chest, but she didn't know that her breasts were exposed even more. Guan Shilin was stunned by her breasts, and two streams of blood flowed down from his nose without him noticing. Yi Jing, who was blushing and looking down, suddenly saw a drop of blood on the ground. She was shocked and quickly looked up. She saw two lines of blood on his nose. His nose's nose. TSSSSS noses. Are you okay? Why are you having a nosebleed? I'm fine. Guan Shilin came back to his senses. He took out a handkerchief from his sleeve to wipe his nose. As he covered it, he glanced at Yi Jing's seductive figure. He cleared his throat and said, Jing, there's some food here. Sit down and eat. Okay. Yi Jing responded and followed him to the table to sit down. However, wearing such a sexy and seductive dress, she also felt uncomfortable all over, especially when she was eating. She felt his burning eyes on her body. Therefore, she asked in a low voice, Do you want to take a shower? Okay. Guan Shilin stood up and reluctantly looked away from her. Get someone to prepare water for you. There's only water in there. Chapter 28:53. Hearing this, Yi Jing's face turned even redder. Guan Shilin entered the bathroom and came out after a quick shower. When he saw Yi Jing sitting in front of the dressing table and drying her hair, he walked up to her and took the handkerchief from her hand. Let me do it. He looked at the mirror and saw that one of them was standing while the other was sitting in front of the mirror. The reflection in the mirror was like a peach blossom and was extremely shy. When his gaze fell on the reflection in the mirror, his breathing involuntarily became heavier. Ah Jing, are you full? Why do I feel like you didn't eat much? There was still a lot of food left on the table. I'm full, she said softly. Seeing this, he helped her dry her hair and said, I'm not full yet. Eat a little more with me. Okay, she responded and went to the table with him. She sat beside him and watched him finish all the food she had left. She couldn't help but ask, is it enough? If it's not enough, I'll get someone to send more. It's enough. He smiled and looked at her. Next, let's drink cross-cupped wine. As he spoke, he poured 2 cups of wine. They each held a cup and drank with their arms crossed. After drinking a cup of wine, he leaned closer to her and lifted her up. Ah Jing, let's go to bed. Yi Jing shyly buried her face in his chest and responded softly. She felt him carry her to the bed and put her down. The bed curtains were put down, covering the spring scenery on the bed. 3 days later, in the morning, everyone in the residence gathered in the living room. Even Guan Shilin and Yi Jing were there. Seeing that everyone was present, Feng Jiu said, Zhe and I plan to leave. We don't know when we'll be back this time. So soon? Everyone in the living room was surprised and a little reluctant to leave. Feng Jiu smiled. It's not soon. We've estimated the time we'll be back. Moreover, the journey from here to Penglai Island is not short. We can make arrangements in advance. She paused and smiled. Moreover, my brother just got married. Naturally, he'll have to stay here longer. So, I plan to send Feng Yi and the others back. But you, Guan Shilin was a little hesitant. Brother, you don't have to worry about us. Feng Jiu smiled and continued. Based on your current cultivation level, you only need to lay a good foundation before you can break through to the next level. You can stay here and cultivate. That way, you can still take care of your family. There's no need for you to go out and train. When your strength reaches a certain level, you can go and challenge the immortal ascension stairs again. Hearing this, Guan Shilin nodded. Xiao Jiu, Feng Jiu Mo's, Feng Jiu, Feng Jiu, Feng Jiu, Feng Jiu. Feng Jiu, Feng Jiu, said Feng Jiu, Feng Jiu, Feng Jiu. Hearing this, everyone fell silent and didn't say anything. It was Feng Sanyuan who said, All right, then all of you prepare. We'll leave in the evening. This time, when we go to an unfamiliar place, we have to be careful. You have to know that no matter what, safety is the most important. We know. They nodded. As if remembering something, Shangwan Wanru asked, Little Nine, do you want to bring Howard along? He's still so young. Will he? Mother, Howard has an extraordinary background. No matter who I leave him with, I won't be at ease. I have to take care of him myself. Moreover, Lung Shuang and the others will help take care of him. It'll be fine, Feng Jiu said with a smile. Chapter 28:54. Feng Yi looked at his father and mother, then said to Feng Xiao, I'm a man. When I become stronger, I'll come back. Ha, good. Feng Sanyuan smiled happily and said with relief, Then when you and Yang Yang return to your master's place, you must cultivate well. Don't make us worry. And I know. Feng Yi replied. Mother had people make some clothes for you and Yang Yang. Come, follow Mother to the courtyard and bring those clothes. Sushi said and went forward to hold his hand, bringing him and Yang Yang back to the courtyard first. Then I'll go back and prepare. Zhe, stay with grandfather and the others for a while. Feng Jiu said and left first. In the evening, Feng Jiu, Xianyuan Mose, and the others took them to the flying ship and left. Originally, they wanted to let Fire Phoenix stay, but who knew that they all said that it was useless for Fire Phoenix to stay. They forced her to take her away, leaving only the big black bear to guard the door for them. When they got on the flying ship, the contracted beasts were all walking around. Feng Jiu finally remembered the silver wolf she had forgotten. That's right. Why didn't I see the silver wolf this time? Because she didn't have a contract with the silver wolf. And because the contracted beasts usually walked around the manor, there were so many of them around her that she occasionally didn't notice that one was missing. When he heard this, Xianyuan Mose, who was teasing Hao paused and glanced at her. I let Hao form a contract with that silver wolf. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about it. You let Hao contract with it. Fengjiu looked in surprise at the child who was dancing in her arms. And when we were preparing to come over, that wolf also said that it wanted to come. I thought that you had many contracted beasts around you, and you didn't have a contract with the Wolf King by your side, so I wanted to let Hao contract with it. This way, his safety would be more guaranteed, Xianyuan Mose said with a serious expression. However, there was an accident during the contract. When the blood contract was formed, that contracted beast became Hao-Er's servant beast. However, because of this, it fell into a coma and hasn't woken up in Hao-Er's spirit beast space. Servant beast? You helped them form a master-servant contract? Xianyuan Mose shook his head. No. At that time, I didn't have time to use the master-servant contract on them, but the blood contract between the two sides was formed. Naturally, the master-servant contract was formed, and the Wolf King was sucked into Hao-Er's spiritual beast space. Hearing this, Fengjiu blinked. That silver is a divine beast Wolf King. How could something like that happen? I don't know about this either. I can only say that it should have something to do with Hao-Er's identity. Xianyuan Mose said, looking at the child in his arms, also feeling very strange. Fengjiu looked at the child who was kicking his feet in Xianyuan Mose's arms for a long time, then smiled. No matter what, he is still our son. Anyway, with the two of us teaching him, it's fine as long as he doesn't become a bad child. She reached out and gently tapped the child's nose, smiling. Little fellow, don't you think so? Little Hao grinned, happily waving his hands towards Fengjiu, looking like he wanted to be hugged. Chapter 2855. Seeing that she was carrying the child, Xianyuan Mose walked to the front of the ship and looked into the distance. After a while, he seemed to remember something. He turned back and said, By the way, Imo-chan wanted to come with us, but I rejected him. I think he'll go to Penglai first. Imo-chan. Fengjiu nodded. He didn't think it was strange. Let him be. With his strength and temperament, he should be able to climb the immortal ascension stairs. She carried the child and walked to his side. Let's go see your father, then send Fengyi and the others back. After that, we'll go directly to Penglai. Okay. Xianyuan Mose nodded. Fengyi walked up from behind and asked in confusion, Xiaojiu, what kind of place is the immortal ascension stairs? What's on the immortal ascension stairs? What are you going to do there? Fengjiu smiled. It's a path that leads to another place, but only those with strength and temperament can climb it. You should go back and cultivate well. You could try going there in the future. Can Long Hua and the others go up as well? He looked back curiously at Luo Yu and the others. Fengjiu smiled. They can't go up, but I have a way to bring them there. Seeing his hesitant expression, Fengjiu knew what he wanted to say. He patted his head and said, You're still young. Cultivate well here, and you won't have to worry about not having a chance. But Hao is even younger, he said softly. Hao is different. It's because he's too young that I have to bring him with me. She smiled and said, All right, look, Yang is sitting there cross-legged cultivating. You can't slack off either. Otherwise, you'll be weaker than Yang in the future. It'll be very embarrassing if she has to protect you all the time. I won't be weaker than Yang. I'll be stronger than her. He hurriedly ran back to Yang's side and sat down beside her. He also began to cultivate with her. The spaceship shuttled through the clouds, passing by one place after another. During this time, Fengjiu only rested, cultivated, and ate the things stored in the spaceship. When they arrived at the Xianyuan Empire, the flying ship stopped at the entrance of the Imperial Palace. When the guards saw the black and red figures coming down from the flying ship, they couldn't help but be shocked. They didn't even bother to salute and ran inside to quickly pass on the message. When the emperor of the Xianyuan kingdom heard from his subordinates that Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu had arrived, he was slightly taken aback. They're back? He couldn't help but feel a little happy and a little nervous. The two of them had been in the upper continent for so long, and they finally knew to come back and take a look. Xinyuan Mose led Fengjiu into the inner palace. The two of them bowed to the person on the main seat. "Greetings, Father, Emperor." Fengjiu greeted and bowed as well. However, she was carrying a child in her arms, so she only nodded slightly. When the Emperor of the Xianyuan Kingdom saw the child in Fengjiu's arms, he couldn't help but smile excitedly. This is your child? My grandson? Quick, quick, bring him over here and let me take a look." When they heard this, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. Fengjiu walked forward with the child in her arms and looked at him excitedly. "Why doesn't he look like the two of you?" Chapter 28:56. Hearing this, the emperor was stunned. "You didn't give birth to him?" "No, but we adopted him." Fengjiu said. "I see. No wonder he doesn't look like you at all. But he does look cute and delicate." The emperor handed the child back to Fengjiu and said, "You two have been waiting for so long. I heard that your brother got married recently. Why aren't you two getting married?" "Father, we're not in a hurry," Xinyuan Mose said. "We came back this time to see you. We might not be able to come back for a while." Hearing this, the emperor was stunned and asked, "Why?" "The upper reaches isn't that far from here. You can come back as long as you take the time. Why can't you come back? Did something happen to you guys over there?" "No, we plan to go to Penglai Island to climb the immortal ladder. We plan to go to another place to cultivate. So we might not be able to come back for the next few years," Xinyuan Mose said. Hearing this, the Xinyuan emperor nodded. "I know. There is indeed a legend about that place. However, can you find it? It's said that the immortal ladder is not easy to climb. If you're not careful, you'll fall from it and lose all your cultivation. We found it, and I've been there. There's nothing to be afraid of." Fengjiu said, "Since you've decided, I'll respect your decision. But be careful." The emperor said, "You haven't been back for a long time. Go and get some rest. I'll hold a welcoming dinner for you tonight." "There's no need for a welcoming dinner. I'll bring them around the city tonight. We'll leave tomorrow," Xinyuan Mose said. Seeing this, the emperor nodded. "All right, as you wish. Go." The two of them left and brought the people outside the palace to rest. Feng Yi, who didn't know what fatigue was, brought Yang around the palace. Lung Hua followed the two of them to prevent them from sneaking out of the palace. Luo Yu and the others had the imperial chef prepare some food, and a few of them began to eat and drink in the garden. Lung Shuang and Bai Qingsheng were resting in the room with Hauer. Xinyuan Mose and Fengjiu were also drinking in the courtyard. This place was not in the Feng Manor's territory. Thus, when they arrived, all the contracted beasts were put into her space. It was much quieter. "Leaving tomorrow? Wasn't it too hasty? Once we leave, it won't be easy for us to come back," Fengjiu said as he picked up a mouthful of food to eat. "It's fine to stay here for a long time. Might as well go earlier," Xinyuan Mose said as he poured himself a glass of wine. Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled and did not say anything else. The two of them ate in the courtyard and then took a nap. It was only in the evening that they took Feng Yi and the others out for a stroll in the city. The next morning, before the sun had even risen, they boarded the flying ship and left. A few days later, the flying ship entered the upper continent. Feng Yi and Zhao Yang were no longer in the mood to cultivate. This was because they knew that the day of their departure was coming. Fengjiu, who saw all of this, called the two of them over and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Don't want to go back and cultivate? Or are you unwilling to part with us?" Chapter 28:57. Upon hearing this, Fengjiu chuckled and said, "For cultivators, time flies like flowing water. Years, or even decades pass in the blink of an eye. Moreover, isn't today's parting so that we can reunite tomorrow?" Feng Yi lowered his head and did not say anything. That was true, but they were about to part. They were reluctant to part. As the flying boat shuttled through the clouds, a few days later, they arrived at Wudong Mountain where Feng Yi's master was. They did not go down. When they reached the mountain gate, they let Feng Yi and Zhao Yang go down on their flying swords. Go back and cultivate well. Don't think about anything else. Listen to your master obediently. When you have achieved something in the future, you can go back home to take a look or go out to explore." Fengjiu patted their heads and said, "Yes, we will." The two nodded and turned around to fly down on their flying swords. You guys take care too. Feng Yi turned around and waved as he shouted. His figure gradually disappeared until he returned to Wudong Mountain. Seeing that they had returned safely, Feng Jiu and the others also left on the flying boat. This time, they went directly to their destination, Penglai Immortal Island. 2 months later, when they arrived at Penglai Immortal Island and arrived at the city, Luo Yu and the others felt a little discouraged when they saw powerful people everywhere. They booked a few tables on the second floor and sat together. Luo Yu, who had been holding back for a long time, finally could not help but say, "Why are the people here all so powerful? That shopkeeper, just now, he's at the Celestial Sage level, right? He's so powerful, but he's only a shopkeeper? And those cultivators we met on the street, just now, they're all at the Celestial Sage level," Fan Lin said. Fan Lin said, when he suddenly came to this place and saw the experts everywhere, his heart was still fiercely shaken. Hearing their words, Feng Jiu chuckled. They've all reached this level directly after consuming some things to increase their strength. Don't look down on them just because they're at this level. If they really fight, their combat power is still not solid. Moreover, they can only stay at this level for the rest of their lives and can't advance anymore. Hearing this, everyone understood. So that's how it is. Sir, the dishes are here. The waiter was all smiles as he served them the dishes. After placing 3 plates of the same dishes on the table, he said, "The other dishes will be here soon. Guests, please eat with the wine first." After he finished speaking, he left. As they arrived early, they sat at the 3 tables facing the windows on the second floor. Xinyuan Mo's and Feng Jiu's sat at the table in the middle, while Luo Yu and the others sat on the left and right. Unknowingly, the table in the middle to protect them. Even Ying and the others, who had been following them, follow Xinyuan Mo's and sat to sit with the others' peoples. After all, they were outside, and they had to accompany and protect their masters, so they only tasted the wine and did not drink much. In addition to the wine and dishes, each table also had a large pot of stewed soup and a bowl of rice. The dishes they ordered were all signature dishes. They tasted good, and the portions were sufficient. Everyone was full. After the meal, Lung Hua saw that they were almost done eating and wanted to pay the bill first. Then he heard Feng Jiu's voice. Chapter 28:58. Upon hearing this, Lung Hua froze for a moment, then asked, "Then what do they accept?" "Crystals." Feng Jiu pursed his lips and smiled. He tossed a Chinkun bag to him from his space. "Take it." "Yes." After Lung Hua took it, he probed it with his divine sense and saw a bag of sparkling crystals. When he thought about how this place didn't accept gold coins but only crystals, he couldn't help but feel his heart ache. These crystals were much more valuable than gold coins. He took the crystals and went to pay the bill. When he came back, he saw Fan Lin, Du Fan, and Bai Qingsheng walking over. "Lung Hua, Master wants us to go buy some things." "Okay," Lung Hua responded. After saying goodbye to Feng Jiu and the others, he followed them out of the restaurant. "Lung Hua, bring Howard to me," Feng Jiu said. After having the waiter remove the bowls and chopsticks on the table, she had Lung Hua bring the child to her. "Yes." Lung Shuang responded and carried the child over to her, saying, "The little master ate a bowl of rice paste just now. When we get to the forest, we can eat whatever we want. But Howard still needs to eat rice paste. We have to prepare more of these, in case he doesn't have anything to eat," Feng Jiu said as he played with the child. "I just told Qingsheng to buy more." Lung Hua said, "That's good." She nodded. On the other side, Fan Lin said, "Let's go look at some medicinal herbs first. When we go out, we have to prepare some common medicinal herbs. Also, Master just said that because there are many medicinal herbs here, the prices aren't very expensive. We could buy more just in case." "Okay," they responded. After asking around, they went to the largest medicinal herb trading company in the city. Even though they were Feng Jiu's subordinates, they dressed according to their personalities. Although they did not dress in the same way, the material of their clothes was still of high quality. Coupled with their extraordinary temperament and appearance, they naturally attracted some attention when they walked together. As soon as they entered the trading company, a medicine boy inside greeted them. Young masters, may I know what you need? We are the largest medicinal herb trading company in the city, and we have the most complete collection of medicinal herbs. Let's take a look around first. If we need anything, we'll let you take it, Fan Lin said as he looked around to see if there were any medicinal herbs he needed. All right, young master, if you need anything, just let me know, the apprentice said as he watched from the side. Fan Lin, buy some anti-snake, insect, rat, and ant medicine. We don't have much left, Du Fan said, waving the fan in his hand. Young master, we have prepared a medicine that repels snakes, insects, rats, and ants, the medicine boy said from the side. Fan Lin shook his head. No need. Give me the original ingredients. I want to take them back and prepare them myself. Hearing this, the medicine boy was stunned for a moment and quickly responded, Okay, please wait for a moment. I will immediately pick out some original ingredients for young master. The medicine boy went inside and picked out a set of original ingredients. These were all taken back to grind and refine by oneself. Because the finished ingredients were not that expensive, most people would buy the finished ingredients directly. Very few people would buy the finished ingredients and grind them themselves. Young master, please take a look. Is this enough? The medicine boy picked out a set of ingredients and placed it on the table as he asked Fan Lin. Chapter 28:59. The medicine boy was slightly taken aback when he heard this. He was puzzled. Why did he still need those things? However, he still answered and went inside to take out some of the medicinal herbs he wanted. He then picked another set. After checking, Fan Lin nodded and said, Wrap these up first. We'll calculate them together later. Yes, young master, the medicine boy said and followed them inside. When he saw suitable medicinal herbs, he would show them to Fan Lin and report the price of those herbs. After picking out the herbs, Fan Lin saw that some of them were for research. However, they didn't bring any grinding tools. Therefore, he asked, You should have grinding tools here, right? Can I borrow them? Well, I'll have to ask the shopkeeper first, the medicine boy said. Fan Lin smiled and said, Then tell your shopkeeper that I'll give you some extra crystals as payment. Hearing this, the medicine boy smiled and replied, Okay, please wait for a moment, young master. I'll be right back. We're going to grind here? Du Fan raised his eyebrows. Yes, we brought the pill furnace. However, we don't have all the grinding tools. If we borrow their tools, it shouldn't take long. Fan Lin said and said to them, How about this? You can go and buy other things later. Come back and find me later. Seeing this, Lung Hua said, Du Fan and Qing Qing go together. I'll stay and help. Okay. Du Fan nodded and went to buy other things with Bai Qing Qing. Their master gave each of them a cosmos sack filled with crystals. Therefore, each of them had a lot of crystals on them. Du Fan and Bai Qing Qing were shopping in the shop. They walked through a few streets and bought everything they needed. Just as they were about to go back, they saw a man in brocade clothes who was riding a horse. He was looking at Bai Qing Qing, who was dressed in white. Du Fan frowned slightly and glanced at the man. He didn't say anything and just blocked the man's view with his body. They didn't want to cause trouble and make enemies in this place. Why are you blocking me? Get out of my way. The man in embroidered clothes on the horse frowned and shouted. He was looking at the beautiful woman, not the scholarly man holding a fan. Hee, young master is so overbearing. Du Fan smiled and didn't move aside. He only looked at the man in embroidered robes who was riding a horse down the cliff and said, We aren't blocking your path. If you want to pass, then let us pass. He led Bai Qing Qing to the side and opened up a path. It was rare for him to make such a concession. Chi, the man in embroidered clothes sneered, looking like a rich playboy. He raised his chin slightly and cast a sidelong glance at Du Fan. Who do you think you are? There's nothing in this city that I can't get. As soon as he said that, he inexplicably thought of something that caused his expression to change for a moment. Go, bring that woman over so that I can have a good look at her. He gestured, and more than 10 celestial sage guards rushed forward and surrounded the two of them. Seeing this, Du Fan's gaze turned cold. Bai Qing Qing, who was behind him, walked out from behind him and stared coldly at the man on the horse. Chapter 28:60. Du Fan glanced at the celestial sage cultivators surrounding them. His eyes flashed. He stopped by Qing Sheng, who was about to step forward, and gently waved the fan in his hand. "You want us to follow you?" That's right. The two of them had good looks and manners. They were even more outstanding than his guards. The woman in white, in particular, was very pleasing to the eye. It would be good to keep her by his side. Hearing this, Du Fan smiled and said, "Thank you for thinking so highly of us. We have 2 more brothers. Would you be interested in taking them in as well?" Bai Qingsheng was slightly stunned. She did not know what he meant. However, Du Fan's ability to adapt was much better than hers. Although she did not know what he meant, she believed that he must have a plan. Therefore, she stood quietly and did not speak. "Oh, there are 2 more?" The man's eyes lit up. "Where are they? How do they look? Are they magnanimous? What skills do they have?" "They are in the medicinal ingredient store on the next street. Although they are not as strong as your guards, in terms of looks and manners, your guard are not as good as us." Speaking of this, Du Fan's face bloomed into a smile. He gently fanned himself with the fan in his hand, looking very elegant. "Moreover, I am proficient in the art of formations. The girl beside me is proficient in swordsmanship. As for the other 2 brothers, one is proficient in medicine, and the other is as meticulous as dust." He smiled and asked, "Would you like to take him in?" "Of course. Of course. Quickly, bring me there." The man in the brocade robe smiled. He waved his hand and let Du Fan and the others lead the way. The dozen or so celestial sage cultivators surrounding them naturally retreated and followed the 2 in front of them to the next street. At the Dragon Boat Festival, Lung Hua helped Fan Lin pack the ground medicinal powder. Just as he was about to pay, the shopkeeper looked at the 2 of them with a smile. "Young masters, would you be willing to sell us a pack of these medicinal herbs?" the shopkeeper asked. Hearing this, Fan Lin smiled and shook his head. "These are for personal use. They are not for sale." The shopkeeper, who had been secretly watching from the side, could not help but feel anxious when he heard this. "I am willing to buy them at double the price. Actually, I saw that your medicinal herbs are different from the ones made by our apothecary, so I thought, even if I give them to you, you can't make the same medicinal herbs as mine." Fan smiled and said, "In addition to your medicinal herbs, I have added other medicinal herbs. Even if I give them to your apothecary to make them, your apothecary, he can't make them." "This, young master, can we discuss this?" the shopkeeper tried to ask again. After all, the medicine in their shop was really not as good as this one. Fan Lin's eyes flickered when he saw the shopkeeper's reaction. Chapter 2861. Therefore, Fan Lin sold him packet. This meant that he didn't have to spend any money on anything he bought in the pharmacy. Just as they were about to leave with the herbs, they saw Du Fan and Bai Qingsheng walking over. Behind them was a man in brocade robes riding on a horse and a dozen celestial sage guards. "Are you done?" Du Fan asked when he saw them. Fan Lin and Lung Hua looked at each other and walked over. "We're about to go back. What are you doing?" Fan Lin asked as he looked at the people behind them. Du Fan covered his mouth with a fan and smiled. "This young master said he wanted to take us in. I remembered that there were 2 of you, so I asked him to bring you along." Fan Lin smiled when he heard this. He glanced at the man in brocade robes and didn't say anything. When Lung Hua saw this, he sized up the man in brocade robes and asked gently, "How should I address you, young master?" "This is our young city lord," one of the guards said. "Oh, so it's the young city lord." Lung Hua nodded and asked, "Why does the young city lord want to take us in?" "What? Are you 2 unwilling?" The man in brocade robes snorted coldly. There was some displeasure on his face. Lung Hua smiled gently and said, "Of course not. It's our fortune that the young city lord thinks highly of us. However, we already have a master. Since the young city lord wants us, why don't we ask our master if he's willing to give us to the young city lord?" "You have a master?" He frowned and looked at Du Fan with slight annoyance. "Why didn't you say so just now?" The young city lord didn't ask. Du Fan said matter-of-factly. "Oomph." He snorted and looked at the 3 men and 1 woman in front of him. He had to admit that these people were very eye-catching when they stood together. They were very unusual. If he could take them in, they might come in handy. However, He didn't know what kind of person their master was. "Where is your master? I want to see, other than this young master, what kind of person has the qualifications to be your master." As he spoke, he gestured for them to lead the way. "Then please follow us, young city lord. My master is in the restaurant up ahead," Du Fan said with a smile, waving his fan as he walked forward. Seeing this, the man riding the horse followed them to the restaurant. He looked at the 4 people walking in front of him and snorted coldly in his heart. Did they think that he didn't know what they were planning? They just wanted to go to their master's place and find some helpers. However, in this city, who was Ling Tianyu afraid of? As the young master of the city, and with his father and grandfather as his backing, he was only afraid of that damned Fengjiu. As for that brat, it was likely that he would never come to this place again in his life. Naturally, he had nothing to fear. When other people came to this city, no matter how powerful they were, they would not be able to escape from his grasp. Some of the people in the city saw that there was something interesting to watch, and some of them followed behind and talked about it. Among them, there were also some cultivators. These people are not very strong, but the young city lord has his eyes on them. However, these people have extraordinary temperaments. I wonder where they come from. Chapter 2862. Fengjiu and the others, who didn't know what was going on, were still sitting in the restaurant. Because it was close to noon, there were more and more people. The tables on the second floor were quickly filled. Those who went up to the second floor all looked at Fengjiu, Xinyuan Mose, and the others. Their eyes were filled with surprise, and 1 or 2 of them had a strange expression. "Hey, look at that woman in red. Doesn't she look like the person who taught the young city lord a lesson half a year ago?" Hearing this, the people at the same table all looked at the beautiful woman in red. With one look, they couldn't help but be startled. "It seems like it. I've seen that face before. It seems like it's her." For a moment, the few people who remembered how powerful this person was couldn't help but secretly guess. Which blind person would provoke her this time? Last time, the young city lord almost became her slave. In the end, it was the city lord who saved the young city lord. "You came here last time too?" Xinyuan Mose asked. Because he heard those people's words, he knew that something unforgettable had happened here. Fengjiu chuckled. Last time, the young city lord, Ling Tianyu, almost became my slave. Other than that, there was nothing else." Master, the ghost doctor, Du Fan, and the others are back. However, it seems like there are many people following behind them. Hui Lang, who was paying attention to the outside, looked at the people coming from the street. Fengjiu glanced at the people on the street. Other than Du Fan and the others, he also saw the person who was talking just now, Ling Tianyu. "I met an old acquaintance again. What a small world." She sighed and shook her head in amusement. Xinyuan Mose looked outside. His gaze fell on a man in embroidered clothes who was riding a horse. He asked, "Who is this person?" "This is the young master of the city, Ling Tianyu," Fengjiu said with a smile. Looking at the situation below, he said, "I guess his old illness is acting up again." "What kind of old illness?" Xinyuan Mose raised his eyebrows. "Robbing someone on the street," Fengjiu said with a smile. As soon as she said that, Xinyuan Mose's face darkened, and he glanced at Lingyu with a heavy gaze. Did that mean that this brat had the idea of snatching his Jew back then? On the street, when Ling Tianyu saw the red figure sitting by the window of the restaurant from afar, she felt inexplicably uneasy. Why did he feel that something was amiss? That red figure also looked somewhat familiar. It seemed to be Fengjiu. How could this be? That person had already gone to some unknown place. So why would he come here again? He must be thinking too much. However, even so, his heart was still in a mess. Especially when he saw the 4 people in front of him walking leisurely. He felt that something was wrong. These 4 people had not been afraid or panicked from the beginning. They even led him here. Were they sure that their master was more powerful than him? Thinking of this, he could not help but ask, "The one in front, the one with the fan." Du Fan was startled. He turned around and asked with a smile, "Young master, are you calling me?" "My name is Du Fan, not the one with the fan." "Who cares what your name is? Let me ask you, what is your master's name?" he asked, staring at Du Fan. Chapter 2863. Seeing that they didn't say anything, Ling Tianyu couldn't help but hesitate. Especially when he saw the red figure on the roof of the restaurant becoming clearer and clearer, he became even more nervous. Could it really be that pervert Fengjiu? He immediately reined in his horse and refused to go forward. He stared at the second floor of the restaurant, but because there were some obstructions, he couldn't see clearly. However, when he was about to withdraw his gaze, he saw the red figure stretch out half of its body and casually lean against the window. When he saw the person clearly, he was so frightened that he cried out and rolled off the horse's back. Young master, no one expected that he would fall off the horse for no reason, and hurriedly went forward to help him up. Quick, let's go. It was actually that pervert. It really was that pervert Fengjiu. No, he had to turn back quickly, in case he was seen and couldn't leave. Young master, you're not leaving? Dufan looked back and was a little surprised. Cough. Ling Tianyu coughed lightly and said, I suddenly remembered that there are some things that I need to deal with. Let's forget about today's matter. Hurry, let's go. He waved his hand and signaled for the guards to leave quickly. Just as he was about to get on his horse, he heard a voice that seemed to be laughing, yet not laughing. Ling Tianyu, your old habits are acting up again? On the second floor, Fengjiu looked at Ling Tianyu, who was so scared that he wanted to run away. He chuckled and said, This time you have your eyes on my people? It seems that the lesson from last time didn't teach you a lesson. Hearing this voice, Ling Tianyu's body stiffened. For a moment, she didn't know whether she should leave or not. She stood there stiffly, not knowing whether she should leave or not. At this moment, the guard beside her was berating her. Impudent! How dare you call the young master by his name? Shouted one of the guards. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped on the head. Idiot! You're courting death. Ling Tianyu glared and cursed in a low voice. He looked at the second floor, gritted his teeth, and walked up. When he arrived at the second floor of the restaurant, he saw Feng Jiushi, who was wearing a red dress, leaning against the wall. His eyes flashed. Last time, he knew that this guy was also a woman, but he didn't expect this guy to be so beautiful after wearing women's clothes. Just as he was looking, he suddenly felt a sharp and cold gaze land on him with a powerful pressure, causing him to be unable to breathe. He hurriedly returned to his senses, and only then did he notice that there was a handsome man in a black robe sitting beside Feng Jiu. At this moment, the black-robed man was staring at him with his deep and sharp black eyes. That gaze caused him to shiver. Master, when we went shopping, we bumped into this young man. He said that he wanted to take us in. We thought that we should come back and ask for your opinion. Du Fan said with a smile and looked at Ling Tianyu with a teasing look. Hearing that, Ling Tianyu's skin tightened and his body stiffened. He glared at Du Fan and said, If you had told me earlier that your master was such a pervert, I wouldn't have targeted you. I didn't know. Du Fan said, waving his fan. Ling Tianyu gritted his teeth and ignored him. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Fengjiu. What are you doing here again? Aren't you worried that you'll meet the people who tried to kill you last time? Fengjiu glanced at him and said, What? You're interested in the people around me again? You want to make a bet with someone again? Chapter 2864. He looked at them and saw that there were about 10 of them. So he asked, Did you just arrive? Do you want to stay in the mayor's mansion for a few days? If you need anything, I can get someone to help you. He knew them, so he didn't mind helping them. No need. We plan to stay in an inn. Fengjiu said. He looked away and said, Since there's nothing else, you can go back. It's best if you change your old habits. If I encounter this kind of situation again, you should know what will happen. Hearing this, he inexplicably shivered and said, I know. He quickly turned and left. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. After he left, Du Fan smiled and said, Master, this brat seems to be afraid of you. He suffered at my hands before. How could he not be afraid? Fengjiu said. He looked at them and said, Have you bought everything? We bought everything. They replied. Then let's find an inn to rest. We'll continue on our way tomorrow. Fengjiu said. He stood up and looked at Xianyuan Mose. Let's go. In. Xianyuan Mose replied. He then stood up and walked out with her. Behind them were Lung Shuang, who was carrying the child, and a few others. On the other side, after Ling Tianyu returned to the mayor's mansion, he went to his father and said, Father, I met that pervert Fengjiu again outside today. As he said this, he poured himself a cup of tea and drank it. Mayor Ling, who was drinking tea, heard this and couldn't help but choke. He coughed twice and asked, "What did you say?" "I said that I met that scourge Fengjiu again outside today. I was so unlucky. The people I saw today were actually people by his side. If I didn't run fast enough, I would have been in trouble again." He frowned and thought about the people by Fengjiu's side. They were all very outstanding, and the man in the black robe was even more outstanding. Earlier, he noticed that there was a woman carrying a child behind him. When he thought about how that dazzling woman in red had given birth to such a child, he only felt his heart go up and down. She wanted to check out the situation again, but she was afraid that Fengjiu would punish her if she was discovered. But if she didn't check it out, she would be very curious. "Fengjiu is here again? What is she doing here this time?" City Lord Ling was startled and a little puzzled. After she left last time, he asked around and heard that she went to the Xie family in another city and caused quite a commotion. From the looks of it, she should have been heading towards the immortal ascension stairs. Why would she be here now? How would I know what she's here for? But this time, it looks like he's bringing his family with him. I wonder what he's going to do. Ling Tianyu said doubtfully. "With a family to feed? Then why didn't you invite her home?" "I called her, but she didn't come. She said she wanted to stay at an inn. If she didn't come, should I force her to come? Besides, there was a man in a black robe sitting beside her. That aura." Ling Tianyu paused, as if thinking about how to describe it. "How is it?" City Lord Ling asked. He looked at his father and said, "It was a little scary." He looked at me, and I felt as if I had fallen into an ice cellar. I was scared from the bottom of my heart. Chapter 2865. Even his father had warned him not to offend such a person. Since she didn't want to come, it was better for them not to disturb her in order to avoid angering her. "Don't go out and cause trouble for me these days. Stay at home and cultivate, especially Fengjiu. Don't offend her again." Ling Tianyu's expression changed slightly. I know. He didn't dare to tell his father that Fengjiu's people were almost caught by him. On the other side, Fengjiu and the others found an inn to rest. That night, they went to bed early to prepare for tomorrow's journey. It wasn't until the next morning that the group continued their journey after having breakfast that they hurried towards their destination. About half a month later, in the forest in a spacious grassland, Fengjiu was sitting on a blanket on the ground and playing with Hao who was crawling around on the blanket. She was playing with a red fruit in her hand and called out, "Hao, come here, crawl over here." "Ah ha." The child grinned, revealing a few small teeth. He crawled towards Fengjiu on all fours. He crawled faster and faster, and finally, he threw himself on her. Fengjiu caught him and smiled. "Do you want to drink fruit juice? Come, stand up and walk a few steps." She held the child's hand and taught him to walk. His legs swayed slightly, and after taking a step, he threw himself into Fengjiu's arms. Seeing this, Fengjiu smiled and said to Bai Qingcheng, "Squeeze out some fruit juice." At the same time, she threw a few red fruits to Bai Qingcheng. Yes. After Bai Qingcheng took it, she took out something from her space. It was a transparent cup with a small cover on top. After Bai Qingcheng put the fruits into the cup, she pressed down with something and squeezed up and down. Drops of fruit juice dripped into the cup. "Master," Bai Qingcheng poured a small cup and handed it to him. Fengjiu took a sip and put it to the side. She took out a small scarf and tied it around his neck. Then, she used a spoon to scoop some juice to his lips. "Come, Nyangqin will feed you some juice." Xinyuan Mose glanced at her from the side and couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Although this was their adopted son, a Jew treated this child too well. It made him a little jealous. She was already like this now. What if they had their own children in the future? At that time, wouldn't he lose his status? Luo Yu and the others were on guard. Leng Hua was roasting food, and Leng Shuang was cooking porridge for Hao. Although they didn't have many people, it was just right. Moreover, they didn't encounter any attacks from ferocious beasts. After all, with Xinyuan Mose and Fengjiu here, ordinary ferocious beasts didn't dare to come close. However, the ferocious beasts didn't dare to approach, but some mercenaries who didn't have eyes came over after smelling the fragrance. especially when they saw that this was only a group of 12 people, and that there was a strange group with a child and 3 women. They didn't care about them at all. "Hey, brother, what are you roasting? It smells good." A burly mercenary came forward, but his eyes were looking back and forth between Fengjiu, Bai Qingsheng, and Lang Xuan. Chapter 2866. The woman in red was lazily and casually sitting on the blanket, feeding the child. Her lazy expression was extremely alluring and seductive. Just a glance from her made his heart skip a beat. What a stunner! However, just as his eyes were about to reveal his lust, 2 leaves flew towards him. He was shocked and didn't even have time to dodge before his eyes hurt. Hiss! A mournful scream pierced through the sky, startling the birds on the branches and causing them to flap their wings and flutter in the air, causing the leaves on the trees to fall one after another. This also caused the mercenaries who came from behind to quickly draw their sword from their waists and charge forward. As for the mercenary, he stood there trembling. His hand were covering his eyes as blood gushed out from his eyes, staining his hands red. The blood flowed down his cheeks and dripped onto the ground, sinking into the grass and soil. When the mercenaries saw this scene, the 2 leaders narrowed their eyes and sized up the 12 people. In the end, their sharp gazes landed on Xianyuan Mose, who was dressed in a black robe, and Fengjiu, who was dressed in a red dress. From their point of view, they could naturally tell at a glance that these 2 people were the masters of the 12 people. However, why was this group bringing along a baby? With Luo Yu and the others guarding, the mercenaries didn't set foot in their area. Even the blind mercenary was standing 2 to 3 meters away from Luo Yu and the others. My eyes! My eyes! Ah, I'll kill you all!" He screamed angrily. His bloody hands drew the large sword from his waist and slashed wildly. Seeing this, Huilang's eyes flashed with killing intent. He attacked with his sharp sword at an extremely fast speed. "How dare you be so impudent in front of us?" Whoosh! The long sword was deflected by a mercenary behind him. The leader of the mercenaries stared at Huilang and at the same time held down the blind mercenary, saying, "Your Excellency and the others have already injured my mercenary's eyes. Don't tell me you want to take his life. You've gone too far." Puffed. Luo Yu sneered and said, "Your mercenary offended my master. I'm already being merciful by not killing him." Hearing this, the mercenaries stared at Luo Yu and the others with murderous intent. One of them shouted, "Leader, kill them. Amir doesn't people dare to go against us. In my opinion, they're tired of living." "That's right. Kill them. Kill them." The dozens of mercenaries raised the swords in their hands and shouted. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they stared at Luo Yu and the others. Especially when they saw the 3 beautiful women behind them, evil thoughts involuntarily surfaced in their hearts. In this place, if one wanted to see a female cultivator, they would be able to do so. Moreover, there were 3 extremely beautiful women among this group of people. In this place, beautiful women were more tempting than treasures. "Leader, kill them all and snatch those girls over." "That's right, kill the men. Kill the men." "That's right, destroy it. Rob my mother." Chapter 2867. He only saw that the enchanting woman in red waved her sleeves, and one by one, mythical beasts appeared in front of her. Among them, there was even a fire phoenix flapping its wings. Hiss! That was an ancient mythical beast. Where did this woman come from? One mythical beast contract was enough to shock everyone, but there were so many of them. Roar! Almost in the blink of an eye, the roars of beasts spread through the forest, and the powerful pressure of mythological beasts assaulted the mercenaries. In the blink of an eye, the several contract beasts standing in front of the red-clothed woman leaped and surrounded them. The powerful mythical beasts came from all directions, and above them, there was a fire phoenix flapping its flaming wings and staring at them. Not to mention anything else, just the mythical beast circling above their heads was enough to make their legs tremble, and they fell to their knees. They were no match for the mythical beasts' mythical beasts. Under that mythical beasts' mythical beasts, they didn't even have the strength to stand. Even the 2 leaders were trembling, and they were barely holding on, but in the end, they fell to their knees as well. You want to attack us? Let's ask them first, Fengjiu said casually. He glanced at the mercenaries and ordered the Fire Phoenix, don't leave a single one alive. When Fengjiu said that, Luo Yu and the rest didn't make a move. Instead, they took a few steps back and waited quietly. The Fire Phoenix and the rest were more than enough to deal with these people, and they didn't even need to make a move. No, don't. Puffed. The leader of the mercenaries recovered from his shock. He tried to persuade Fengjiu to change his mind and spare their lives. But before he could finish, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, the roars of the mythical beasts and the screams of the mercenaries rang in their ears. The smell of blood permeated the air, and the corpses were stacked on top of each other. They looked on coldly, unmoved. These people weren't kind people. If they were stronger than them, they would be the ones to fall, and they would die even more miserably. Therefore, they didn't even blink when they saw the Fire Phoenix and the rest kill these mercenaries. There are many mercenaries here, and we are few in number. I think we will be watched along the way. How about this? Other than the Fire Phoenix, let Lao Bai and Tunyan out for a walk, Fengjiu said, and handed Hao to Lung Shuang before he stood up and walked to the front. Don't let their belongings. Master, don't worry, we know. Luo Yu grinned. Xin Yuan Mose came to her side and asked, did you do this yourself last time? Hearing this, Fengjiu, Luo Yu, and the rest of the Fire Phoenix and kill me. I've killed those who deserve to be killed. I've never been soft-hearted. However, last time, I didn't meet these blind people, and it was convenient and inconspicuous for me to travel alone. Master, the Stairway of Immortality opens once a year. Are there many people coming here every year? Du Fan asked. Chapter 2868. Almost at the same time, the figure of the Fire Phoenix flashed and transformed into an ordinary little bird. It flapped its wings and landed on a branch, while Tun Yun and Old White continued to look at the cultivators who were approaching them. The pressure of these contracted beasts is too strong, and it attracted the attention of some experts in the forest. Xin Yuan Mose said, and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the few immortal supremes who stopped about 10 meters away from them in a few breaths of time. The few immortal supremes stopped in midair, and when they saw the two sacred beasts and the corpses on the ground, they couldn't help but be secretly shocked. They had just felt the strong pressure and hurried over to take a look, but they didn't expect to see the two sacred beasts exterminating an entire mercenary group. Their gazes swept across the dead mercenaries' uniforms, and they gasped slightly. They all knew about this mercenary group. Due to their strength and numbers, they were doing the business of looting here. No one had ever dared to go against them. Even if they encountered them, they would quickly leave after handing over their belongings. But now, they had fallen here. They retracted their gazes and looked at the people below. Their gazes swept past Luo Yu and the others, and landed on Xin Yuan Mose and Fengjiu. When they saw the two young men and women whose strength they couldn't see through, they didn't dare to stop in midair and look down at them with a condescending attitude. On the contrary, after they looked at each other, they descended from midair and landed on the ground. Everyone has gotten rid of a threat for this forest. Please accept our greetings. After thinking for a while, they didn't ask anything else, and first cupped their hands and bowed. Xin Yuan Mose's expression was indifferent, and Fengjiu had a faint smile on his face. They looked at the few old men in front of them, and finally, Fengjiu said, "You're exaggerating. If these mercenaries didn't have evil intentions, we wouldn't have done anything." Hearing this, the few of them couldn't help but be moved. Does that mean that as long as people don't offend her, she won't offend them? As a result, they heaved a sigh of relief. This team only had a mere 10 people, but they were able to exterminate the mercenary team that had more than 10 people. This was not only because of the two sacred beasts, but also because this black and red, male and female, these two were unfathomable and extremely powerful. They, who had seen countless of people, could feel an oppressive chi the moment they met. It was imaginable how strong these two were to be able to make immortal venerables feel oppressed. Excuse me for asking, but why have you all come to this forest? This place was extremely dangerous. In addition to the ferocious beasts that roamed about, there were also mercenaries that robbed and killed. Ordinary people would not set foot in this place, but these dozen people had brought a child here. It was really strange. Since I had nothing to do, I decided to come out and have some fun. I heard that there's a stairway to immortality in this forest. Naturally, I wanted to take a look, Feng Jiu said in a half-serious manner. On the other side, Luo Yu and the others had already taken out the valuables from the mercenaries. When they were about to hand it over to Feng Jiu, she waved her hand and said, "Just keep it. If you can use it, take it." Hearing this, the few immortal venerables were stunned again. Those mercenaries were not lacking in valuables, but this woman just waved her hand and gave all those valuables to these people. These people didn't look strong and were probably just their subordinates, but she treated them so generously. Chapter 2869. Is there anything else? Feng Jiu turned and glanced at the immortals. Hearing this, the immortals paused and hurriedly said, "No, then we'll take our leave first." They didn't know what else to say, so they bowed and turned to leave. After they left, Feng Jiu asked them to clean up the corpses, and the group moved to a cleaner place to rest. Under the night sky, Xianyuan Mose asked Ying, Yi, and Hui Lang to go ahead and check out the immortal ascension stairs. Feng Jiu was worried that they would meet strong cultivators, so she asked the Fire Phoenix to go with them. Thus, the two of them and the beast took advantage of the darkness and went deeper into the forest. The next morning, Feng Jiu woke up to Hao Er's cries. She looked at the child sleeping in her arms and reached out to touch him. Her hand was wet. She called out, "Lung Shuang, help Hao Er change out of his clothes." Yes. Lung Shuang came forward and carried the child over. Feng Jiu looked around and didn't see Xianyuan Mose. She turned to Lung Hua and asked, "Where is he?" "Yama Lord went to wash up. There's a spring not far ahead." "He's there," Lung Hua said. Feng Jiu nodded. She got up and tidied her slightly messy hair. She yawned and said, "We won't leave today. Let's wait here for Hui Lang and the others to come back." "Okay," the immortals replied. Seeing that they were all awake, they prepared to eat. Some of them cooked porridge, while others cooked simple dishes on small stoves piled up with stones. They had a lot of food and tools in their space. As long as they started a fire, they could cook whatever they wanted. It didn't feel like they were in the wild forest. Instead, it felt like they were in their own backyard. Feng Jiu also walked towards the mouth of the spring and prepared to wash up. When he got there, he saw Xianyuan Mose walking towards him. "Are you done washing up?" Feng Jiu asked. Seeing that he seemed to be holding something in his hand, he stuck his head out to take a look. "These are raspberries. I saw that they had grown quite a lot earlier, so I picked some for you to eat." He passed the raspberries wrapped in leaves to her. "You can eat them directly. I've washed them." There's actually such a thing. This raspberry is sweet and sour. It tastes really good. When Feng Jiu saw it, her eyes immediately turned into crescents. She happily took it and said with a smile, "Thank you." "Silly girl, there's no need to thank me." He shook his head and smiled. "Where did you pick it? Are there any more? Let's go pick more." Feng Jiu said, picking up one to eat, and then put another to his lips. Xianyuan Mose opened his mouth and ate as he said, "There's a big patch over there. If you want to eat more, we can go pick more." "Okay, I'll go wash my face first." Thus, Xianyuan Mose accompanied her to the mouth of the spring. After she finished washing up, he brought her to the patch of raspberries. "It's here. Look, there's a big patch. Wow, there's really a lot." She looked at the bright red raspberries in front of her in surprise. Her eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled. "If these raspberries are made into fruit juice, it'll be very delicious. No, I have to pick all of them before Hui Lang and the others come back." She took out something to pack the raspberries. When she was about to walk in, Xianyuan Mose pulled her back. She looked back at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Chapter 2870. Seeing this, Feng Jiu paused for a moment, then followed him in. "It's all right, these are just small thorns. They won't hurt me." The two of them picked the mountain mold, while Lung Hua and the others were preparing food. Seeing that they hadn't returned for a long time, they came over to take a look. When they saw that the two of them were picking the bright red raspberries, they also went in to help. Not long after, the entire patch of raspberries had been picked. Looking at the raspberries, Du Fan asked, "Master, are we going to eat them like this?" "Yes, you can eat them like this. You can even make them into sauce. They're quite nutritious." As Feng Jiu spoke, he handed over a large basin of raspberries and said, "Take this to the spring and wash it. Be careful not to spoil it." "Okay," Du Fan replied, then said, "Lung Hua's raspberries are ready to eat. Master, Yama Lord, you can go back first." "Okay." Feng Jiu took out some water and washed Xianyuan Mo's hands, then washed his own before heading back. It wasn't until afternoon that Hui Lang, Ying Yi, and Fire Phoenix returned. "Master, Ghost Doctor." They came forward and called out, "You're back. How is it?" Xianyuan Mo's asked, "Master, the Immortal Ascension Ladder is still there, and there are quite a few cultivators there. We heard that the Immortal Ascension Ladder that appeared this time had always been there, but apparently only one person had gone up not too long ago." "Oh, it's still there? That's strange." Feng Jiu was slightly surprised. After all, from the information she had gathered, the Immortal Ascension Ladder appeared once a year. At most, it would remain there for half a month before disappearing, and it had already been half a year since she had last been there. Also, according to what those people said, I think that the person who went up was young Master Mo Chun, Hui Lang said excitedly. At that time, young Master Mo Chun even said that he wanted to come with us to the Feng Manor. Master didn't let him come with us, but who would have thought that he would come here first? He even went up the Immortal Ascension stairs and didn't come down. Hearing this, Feng Jiu was slightly surprised. Then he chuckled. "If it's him, it's not a problem." She looked at Xianyuan Mo's and said, "I didn't think that the Celestial Ascension stairs would still be here. Since that's the case, let's speed up." "Yes." Xianyuan Mo's nodded his head in acknowledgement. In his mind, he was wondering where Mo Chun had gone. What was waiting for them on the other side? "Take a rest first. Even if you want to leave, there's no rush. Rest well today. It won't be too late to leave tomorrow." Feng Jiu said with a smile, "There's freshly roasted meat and other food. You guys should eat more." "Thank you, Ghost Doctor," the two replied and walked to the side. The Fire Phoenix flapped its wings and came to rest beside her. They rested there until the next morning, when a group of people flew on their swords and headed towards their destination. In the forest, Tun Yun and Lao Bai, the two contracted beasts, ran on the ground. They crossed the grass and followed them all the way to the Immortal Ascension stairs. In the evening, as they got closer to their destination, they slowed down their pace. Feng Jiu held Xianyuan Mo's hand and looked back at the group, saying, "Without a certain level of strength, you can't go up the Immortal Ascension stairs. With your current strength, you won't be able to go up. But now that you're here, it would be a pity if you don't take a look." Chapter 2871. "Thank you, Master," they replied. They knew that they could not attempt it with their current strength. Otherwise, the pressure from the heavens and earth would be too strong, and they would not be able to withstand it. However, they did not know how their master would bring them up. At night, Luo Yu and the rest arrived at the Immortal Ascension stairs. They looked at the stairs that seemed to extend from the heavens and could not help but exclaim in awe. This was the Immortal Ascension stairs? It was said that there were 99,999 steps. If they walked up from here, they would be able to reach another world. When they thought of this, they could not help but feel excited. "I really want to give it a try," Luo Yu said as his eyes fell on the Immortal Ascension stairs. "With your current strength, you won't be able to go up. Furthermore, if you are not careful, your cultivation will be crippled." An old man who was sitting cross-legged said as he stroked his beard. He did not care whether they agreed or not, and continued, "If it was so easy, there wouldn't be so many people who left this place with their tails between their legs. I'll go with you. Let's see how many steps you can reach." Feng Jiu's voice came from behind them. They turned around and saw her and the Yama Lord walking towards them. Behind them were Lung Shuang and Bai Qingcheng, who were carrying their children. "Master," they called out, "let's go. I think you should be able to reach within 100 steps. Just do your best. There's no need to force yourself. Even if you can't reach the top, it will strengthen your will." It will be a good experience. She gestured for them to walk towards the immortal ascension stairs. Hearing this, the few of them replied, yes. They stepped forward, took a deep breath, and stepped onto the stairway of immortality. Feng Jiu turned her head slightly and said to Xianyuan Mose, I'll accompany them. You guys can rest here for a while. Xianyuan Mose nodded, then led Lung Shuang, Bai Qingcheng, Hui Lang, and Ying Yi to rest. It was already late at night, and it was time for everyone to rest. Who would have thought that there would be people trying to climb the immortal ascension stairs in the middle of the night? In an instant, all the cultivators who were resting sat up and stared at the people who were trying to climb the immortal ascension stairs. There were 4 men, and they all looked quite young. Moreover, their strength could be said to be the weakest among them. As for the red-clothed woman behind them, her steps were light and graceful. Her red dress fluttered in the wind, and her skirt fluttered in the wind. She was extremely charming. In particular, the scene of the red-clothed woman following behind the 4 people in an unhurried manner, in a protective manner, was even more astonishing. How could a mere woman be so confident? This woman looks familiar. She seems to have been here before. She also went up the immortal ascension stairs before coming down again. A cultivator said as he stared at the red-clothed woman. Then he mumbled, but the last time she was dressed as a man. But that face, it looks like it's the same person. Look, they really went up. Someone shouted, pointing at the people who were trying to climb the immortal ascension stairs. They had been here for so long, but they had never seen anyone try to climb the immortal ascension stairs in the middle of the night. They wondered if there would be any difference between day and night. At the same time, Lung Hua and the others who were on the immortal ascension stairs felt as if they were stepping on air. At that moment, they heard their master's voice. Chapter 2872. After hearing her words, they immediately followed her instructions. After balancing the spiritual energy in their bodies, they walked up the stairs. As they walked, they heard their master's voice behind them. Discard all distracting thoughts. Be firm in your beliefs. Don't hesitate when you take a step. Feng Jiu watched them from behind. He watched as the 4 of them walked up the ladder step by step. Lung Hua felt that every step he took was as smooth as the ground. He walked up step by step without feeling any pressure. After about 50 steps, he finally felt the strong pressure from the immortal ascension ladder. He adjusted his breathing and continued walking. He tried to calm himself down and not think about anything else. Luo Yu, Fan Lin, and Du Fan were originally only 1 or 2 steps away from each other. However, when they reached 50 meters, their speed clearly slowed down. They looked ahead and realized that it was different from what they had seen below. From below, they saw that it was pitch black. However, when they reached the top, they realized that the immortal ascension ladder was as bright as day. The ladder formed under their feet. Other than the fact that they couldn't see their surroundings, it was still very bright. They were clearly in the same place, but their vision was different. They couldn't help but feel that it was novel. Feng Jiu walked behind them and watched as they walked up. When they reached the 80th step, Fan Lin, Luo Yu, and Du Fan's foreheads were already sweating. Their expressions changed slightly, but they still gritted their teeth and tried to continue walking. After they lifted their feet and tried to take a step forward, Feng Jiu's voice sounded in their minds. 88 steps. That's about it. You guys can go down first. Let Lung Hua, Qingcheng, Hui Lang, and Ying Yi come up. They calmed down and heard her words. When they looked up, they couldn't help but be stunned. Lung Hua was still in front of them. He was even walking up the ladder. When they saw this, they were slightly surprised. However, they didn't say anything. Instead, they bowed to Feng Jiu and turned to walk down the ladder. After watching them leave, Feng Jiu looked at Lung Hua in front of him and followed him. Lung Hua walked up. Everything in front of him was a vast expanse of whiteness. He didn't know how many steps he had taken. He only wanted to take as many steps as he could. He was different from the others. His body had been weak since he was young. Being able to stay by his master's side was a blessing that he had accumulated over several lifetimes. He had been working hard, hoping that he could become stronger and be able to protect his master. He thought that since Luo Yu and Du Fan were stronger than him, they must be ahead of him. Although he didn't know how far ahead they were, He had to work hard and not be left too far behind. Thus, he walked forward step by step. The conviction in his heart allowed him to walk forward without any hesitation. He couldn't hear anything around him. He only felt that it was very quiet. Even his master had disappeared. However, he knew that even if he couldn't see where his master must be looking at him. Therefore, he couldn't let his master down. Fengjiu followed behind and watched. He was slightly surprised. She didn't expect that Leng Hua, the weakest of the four, would be the one who walked the furthest. Seeing him walk forward without hesitation, she couldn't help but smile. Chapter 2873. Du Fan and the others came to Xinyuan Mo's side and said, "Yama Lord, Master wants Hui Lang and Leng Shuang to go up." "Then you can go up," Xinyuan Mo said. He carried Hao in his arms and found a place to sit down. "Yes," the others answered and walked up. Du Fan saw this and quickly told them what Fengjiu had said to them. Then he watched them walk up the ladder. Seeing that Leng Hua had not come down after so long, he couldn't help but mutter, "I didn't expect Leng Hua to go the furthest among us." Fan Lin looked up and said, "He's been with Master the longest and has been trained by him. It's not surprising that he went further than us." "That's true, but when I think about how he's the weakest among us, but he went the furthest, I feel a little useless." Luo Yu sighed and found a place to sit down cross-legged. "I wonder how far he'll go," Du Fan said as he looked at the figure on the ladder. They could still see about 100 steps up. Therefore, they also noticed that Leng Hua was walking slower and slower. Their master was following behind at a moderate pace. "Hey, who do you think will go the furthest among the four of Hui Lang and Leng Shuang?" Luo Yu looked at the others and asked. "I think Bai Qingsheng and Hui Lang came down first, followed by Leng Shuang." "And you should go the furthest," Du Fan said. Fan Lin shook his head. "Not necessarily." "Not necessarily?" The others looked at him. "Yes, Leng Shuang's temperament might even be better than Ing Yi's." Fan Lin looked at the figures and then at Leng Hua. "You know how Leng Shuang protected Leng Hua before she met Master. Her temperament is definitely better than Leng Hua's. Even Ing Yi can't compare." Hearing this, the others fell silent. Maybe it was true. Xinyuan Mo's, who was sitting to the side, heard their conversation and smiled slightly. He played with Hao in his arms and didn't say anything. Just then, thunder suddenly fell from the clouds. The sound of thunder shook the hearts of the people below. They looked up and saw that Leng Hua was already sitting cross-legged on the 100th step, being tempered by the thunder. He advanced? Luo Yu looked at Leng Hua enviously. He could advance just by going up the immortal ascension stairs? Yes, he advanced. Didn't Master say that? Before the 100th step, one's will be tempered. After the 100th step, one can advance and break through. Du Fan exclaimed. Leng Hua not only has a strong will, but he's also very lucky. He made a breakthrough in his temperament, and then naturally advanced to the next level. As Xinyuan Mo spoke, he looked at them with his deep, dark eyes and said, "If you can reach the 100th step, then your chances of breaking through to the next level are very high."